Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers: Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers: Infinite Wars Chapter 1, Recruitment and Mission. 3 years ago, a day unlike any other occurred. A day where the Earth was threatened by an extraterrestrial force unlike anything that had been seen before. In response to this, 6 individuals from all different walks of life came together, setting aside egos, personal agendas, pride, and motives to be the sword and shield the Earth needed. The Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes. Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye fought back the invading aliens called the Chitauri, led by none other than Thor's own brother, Loki. Together, the Avengers repelled the invading aliens, defeated Loki, and achieved victory. After said victory, each one separated to go on their own adventures and harrowing dangers until reuniting, and have been openly active across the globe, fighting threats from London, to Africa, to Korea, and back home in America. And even though things changed, the ideal still remained the same. It had been several months after the Avengers had battled against the villainous AI that Tony Stark had created called Ultron. Since then, the Avengers had gone through a great change. Now the team had consisted of new faces led by some old ones. Captain America and Black Widow together lead the new Avengers, made up by Steve's good friend, Sam Wilson aka the Falcon, war veteran James Rhodes aka War Machine, the twins Pietro and Wanda Maximoff aka Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. And last but not least, the synthetic android known simply as Vision. This was the new team of Avengers that operated at the new Avengers facility in upstate New York, the new safeguard of the world. And right now, you're sure about this guy, Sam? Steve asked his friend, looking over the data pad in his hands. Damn sure, Falcon said with a confident nod. It all matches up and he's definitely a contender. So now we're recruiting a guy who can communicate with ants. Natasha said jokingly, though she too held interest in this subject. He sure kicked your ass good, Sam, Pietro said with a grin. Hey, I didn't know he could turn into a tic-tac, Sam rebutted with a huff, making Rhodes and Pietro laugh at his expense. But all things considered, this has to be a unanimous agreement, Steve said in total seriousness, surveying the team. Steve first looked to his right-hand man, woman really, Natasha. Nat looked up at Steve before shrugging and replying with, I'm all for new faces. Nodding, Cap then looked over to the others. Hey, if he can beat one of us in confrontation, he's got some potential, War Machine said with an accepting nod. Well, it gets a little boring with the same people over and over again, Pietro remarked, casually leaning back in his chair, so hey, I approve. His sister merely deadpanned at him, then faced Cap. You have my vote, Captain, Wanda said with a friendly smile, and Cap gave her a nod of acceptance. I find that it is necessary to increase our ranks, Vision said sagely, crossing his arms together in thought. After the events that have transpired for the past few years and for what is yet to come, we must be ready. Though I do not know of this, Ant-Man, I feel as though after what I have seen of him, he will be a great addition to this team. Well, that was a long philosophical way of saying yes, Falcon quipped, but hey, he's a good guy, so he's got my vote as well. It's decided then, Steve said, a final nod. So Captain America leaned onto the table. Who wants to go convince our newest contender to be an Avenger? 1 week later, San Francisco. Scott Lang was currently eating at a diner, looking over some of his most recent enhancements of his suit, along with a much better understanding of the suit's workings. After several months of constant study, Hank Pym bestowed his knowledge of how to repair the suit and how to replicate and create stable Pym particles. Sighing to himself, Scott continued to eat his meal, his mind feeling a bit exhausted from all of the information that he has had to learn in the span of a short time. So much had changed for him so quickly. Now, he felt so overwhelmed with all these new responsibilities. Thankfully, he wasn't alone in his studies nor his training. Hope Van Dyne had become an integral pillar in his new life, often helping him in so many different ways. Soon after, much to Scott's astonishment, Hope had her own suit and had taken up Mother's mantle of the Wasp. Scott figured that would be the coolest way for his daughter Cassie to meet Hope, suit and all. Her reaction was simply precious, instantly earning a special place in Hope's eye as she was easily taken with Peanut's infectious happy personality. There was a natural tension between Hope and Scott, though not in the conventional sense. They did kiss after all, among other things, since he first became Ant-Man, and now here he was taking her out for breakfast at a diner, as his boyfriend. "So how's Hank's upgrades for you coming along?" Scott asked while wolfing down some waffles. "We're just about finished with it. Some tweaks needed here and there until we can do a field test," Hope replied, taking a sip of her coffee while reviewing some blueprints of the quantum portal that they had been working on. "How's Cassie?" "She is doing great," Scott stated with a loving fatherly smile. "She says hi and got us a few little gifts." "Did she now?" Hope said in amusement. "Oh yeah." Scott nodded with a laugh, rummaging in his backpack and pulling out a medallion and a trophy. "She gave me this one." Scott wagged the trophy, holding out the medallion next. "And you, this one." Taking both medal and trophy in hand, Hope snorted and chuckled. "World's greatest grandma." Hope couldn't help herself. "And best stepsister," Scott said with a wide grin. "Well, I feel honored," Hope said, gazing at her medal fondly, placing beside her plate. "Hank's been meaning to test out the growth aspect." Scott groaned. "Again? I knocked out after the first time. Didn't wake up for hours." "He set the dosage to high and not the proper stabilization," Hope admitted. "Dad figured that out after the first time." "Really?" Scott said dryly, letting out a sigh. "Hey." Hope placed her hand over his. "Don't worry about it, you'll get the hang of it." Scott gave her a grateful expression, twisting his hand around to squeeze hers. It was then that something behind her caught Scott's attention. More like someone. A certain someone who he had encountered not too long ago. Scott's eyes widened in disbelief, confusing Hope, who turned to see what Scott was staring at only to share his expression soon after. "Guess I came at a bad time," Sam said, smirking down at the two. "Didn't realize you were in the middle of a date." Was all Scott managed out. "What's up, Tic Tac?" Sam said. Scott stammered for several moments before shaking his head to clear his jumbled up thoughts. "Listen," Scott said right away. "About last time, it was really important that It. Sam interrupted, somewhat embarrassed at the memory. "It was a great audition, but it'll never happen again." "Yes, I completely agree," Scott said quickly. "It was a one-off. I just needed something so I could stop this lunatic from helping out Hydra, so I could. I think that more than qualifies you for what I'm about to ask." A different male voice cut in this time, making Scott pause. Glancing up to his right, Scott's eyes widened in shock and awe as it was none other than Captain America looking down at him with a friendly smile. "Mr. Lang," Steve said. "Ms. Van Dyne. A pleasure to meet you both at last." Steve offered his hand, and after realizing what Cap did, Scott stood up in a rush. "Captain America," Scott said, shaking Steve's hand vigorously. "Scott," Steve said, not minding the enthusiastic handshake. "It's an honor," Scott said, looking at their shaking hands. "I'm shaking your hand too long." With that, the two let go. "Wow," Scott said like a little fanboy, looking to Hope, who was still greatly surprised by who she was meeting. "This is awesome." "Captain America," Scott repeated once more, still trying to come to terms with standing in front of his idol. Scott then grabbed both of Steve's shoulders, marveling at his physique. Sam only snorted at the action. "Geez, this is insane," Scott said when he realized something. "Wait, why are you here? And did I inadvertently do something bad again? I mean, Hope was with me, so I don't think I did." "Captain," Hope spoke up, recovering from her previous state. "If this isn't about our time raiding your base, then what's this for?" Steve gestured for them all to sit, which they did. "It has nothing to do with anything that you've done in the past," Steve said. "We've read up on your resume. Impressive for a convicted criminal." Listen, what I did against Vista Corp." Scott tried to defend himself, but Steve held his hands up. "We read up on it before," Steve said calmly. "After reviewing what happened, we know you're in the right." Scott began to stutter in disbelief as one of Earth's mightiest heroes just said that he believed and approved of his past actions. "Which is why, Scott Lang," Steve said in more serious tone, extending his hand, "we would like to personally invite you to join the Avengers." Scott's jaw dropped, almost looking like it was about to fall off. Hope's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates at the proposition, looking at Sam to see if this was some sort of falsehood, only to see that it was clearly not. "Me," Scott stammered, finding his voice. "You." Steve nodded. Scott was stunned silent once again, going up to pinch himself. "This isn't a dream, is it?" "No, Mr. Lang, it is not." "Can Hope join too, then?" Scott blurted out hopefully. "That night?" "Absolutely not," Hank Pym stated angrily from behind his workstation in their lab. "Come on, Hank, please," Scott begged. "This is not something we can just brush off." "Yes, we can," Hank said sternly. "And I just did." "But it's the Avengers," Scott emphasized. "And they work for Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D." Hank argued back. "And you know my history with Starks and S.H.I.E.L.D. "Well, technically S.H.I.E.L.D. is defunct now, Dad," Hope pointed out. "If not entirely." "Don't you start with me," Hank deadpanned, walking away from them only for both to follow. "Hank," Scott called out to him. "Why are you so against this?" "Because I can't trust a couple of super people who have caused more harm than good to this world, especially with my tech," Hank said. "They were even formed by S.H.I.E.L.D. "But only 2 of them were S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives," Hope said, recalling the public information on the team. "Hope," Hank said, somewhat betrayed. "Don't tell me you also want this." "Well," she stammered momentarily, "kind of, yeah, I do want this." "Why on earth would you want that?" Hank exclaimed. "Because I always wanted to be a hero like you and Mom," Hope nearly yelled out, stunning Hank into silence. "Hope," Hank said softly. Hope averted her eyes to the ground momentarily, biting her lip and curling up her fist. "I've always wanted to be a hero like you and Mom," Hope repeated in a small voice. "That was my dream as a kid, and now I have the chance to do it more than ever." That took both Scott and Hank by surprise. They never would have expected such a fantastical dream from Hope, who was usually so grounded. She looked up at her father with a fierce gaze. "I remember that even though it was dangerous, you and Mom did what was necessary to help fight for a greater purpose," Hope said. "We were working for Hydra, sweetheart," Hank countered sullenly. "We were benefiting an organization that manipulated so much." "But you still helped people," Hope countered. "You and Mom went out of your way to save lives and help those in need. I want to do that with the people who actually took down the very organization you despised." Hank remained silent, unsure of how to respond. "Hank," Scott said. "Listen, I know this isn't my place to say it, but you told both of us once that power can be trusted when placed in the right hands." "But the Avengers," Hank said challengingly. "Yes, the Avengers," Hope argued, now steely determined. "This could be our chance, Dad, not only to make a difference, but we could also have them help us find Mom." Hank mouth opened to respond, trying to counter her, ready to state that they could do it on their own. But he was outnumbered here. And the truth of the matter is that even with their tech, it may take a very long time in constructing the quantum tunnel into the quantum realm. Sighing in defeat, Hank gave them both a scrutinizing stare to find any weakness, but conceded. "All right," Hank said in slight resignation. "You can join them." Scene cut. Whilst the trio of Pym particle users discussed the topic of Avengers memberships, one former Avenger was currently in the old tower hard at work on his next suit. Beside him were a collection of screens displaying video footage of a multitude of individuals that have had very high-profile activities throughout the state of New York. In particular, Queens and Manhattan. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen, the Drunk Detective, the Unbreakable Man of Harlem, the Man with the Glowing Fist, and the Spider of Queens. Such a colorful and eclectic group of enhanced individuals. Not unlike the Avengers in many ways, just more grounded, so to speak. He brought up the one that interested him the most right now. The SPID Erling, crime-fighting spider, or whatever it was that he called himself. He was eyeing the footage he had managed to find with great interest. From entrapping a car thief to literally stop a car with robbers mere inches from a bus, this kid was something special. And yes, he knew it was kid. Based on the footage and sound he had gotten his hands on where his voice was clear and present, this spider guy was clearly just a kid. Question is, who was the kid beneath the mask? After sending out a drone, yes that's creepier than it sounds, to seek after the spider, he at long last found out that the kid lived in Forest Hills, Queens, New York. Running facial recognition scans, the kid's name was Peter Parker, who currently lived with his Aunt May Parker. Then there was this Luke Cage, the unbreakable man. He seemed determined to keep Harlem safe and was doing a good job at it. Along with all these other vigilantes that had been active across the city. Tony himself had mused and wondered what was it that caused this surge in enhanced individuals becoming such public figureheads. Before he could delve further into his research, he got a notification from the Avengers base in upstate. Opening the message, Steve had sent him an invitation in apparently welcoming the two newest members to the Avenger the following week. Guess shawarma's back on the menu. One more week later. The team was gathered together in the meeting room, all in costume, as today was a very important day in the Avengers' history. For the first time ever, they were about to have new Avengers join the team. And this time, it was without any conflict or major event that required additional support. It was simply the team welcoming more heroes into something bigger. So after a long week of preparation and debate, Steve said to the entire team, "I would like you all to formally meet and welcome our newest members, Scott Lang the Ant-Man and Hope Van Dyne the Wasp." Scott Lang walked in the meeting room in full costume, Civil War variant, with Hope, the one seen in Ant-Man and the Wasp, in her suit as well. Their masks flipped back, revealing one who was nervous and another who was positively beaming. When Scott told Cassie, she was ecstatic to know that her daddy and hero would be joining Earth's mightiest heroes along with his partner and girlfriend Hope. "Guys," Scott said abashedly, "this is too much. Gotta make you feel welcome, Tic Tac." Falcon said graciously, shaking hands with the new Avengers. "We were new once," Pietro remarked. "You got in the same way we did." "How was that?" Hope asked. "We ended up fighting one another originally," Wanda said, rubbing her arm in embarrassment. "It was a bit of a really big misunderstanding." Scott and Hope blinked at the witch. Yes," Vision said in his solemn voice. "I recall at the time of my birth I attacked Thor before coming to my senses." Scott just stared between the trio, back and forth. "All right guys," Steve said, placing a hand on Scott's shoulder with clear amusement. "I think it's high time we show you the full base." "Sounds like fun," Scott said. "You're gonna love it here," Pietro said. "They have a bunch of shit I didn't even know existed." The team went about the facility, showing Scott the multiple rooms from the science lab to the kitchen, the lounge, theater room, and so on. "And this," Steve said, entering a very large plaza, "is the training room." "Whoa!" Scott exclaimed, "This is awesome, we could actually do the crazy things I've been working on." "Save it for another time," Rhodey said. "It's time for your initiation." "Initiation?" Scott said with some nervousness. "What kind of initiation?" "Like freshman, no more Mr. Nice Guy or frat boy level stuff." Sam laughed, patting the new Avenger on the shoulder. "No man, nothing like that. This is more of a..." Steve tried to pick the proper words. "Taste test." Scott tilted his head in confusion. "Taste test?" Hope repeated. "Ah dang it, was I too late already?" Everyone turned back to see Iron Man walk into the training room with a large brown paper bag the size of a suitcase. "Actually, you came just on time, Shellhead," Black Widow remarked. "So you're Ant-Man and Wasp." Tony's helmet collapsed back. "Nice to meet you both, Tony Stark." "Scott Lang." Scott introduced himself a bit nervously. "Hope Van Dyne," Hope said with a more even tone. Both shook hands with the billionaire superhero with his eyes trailing on Hope momentarily. "You're Hank and Janet's kid, right?" Hope blinked at the question. "You knew Mom and Dad?" Hope asked in slight disbelief. "I knew of your dad, yeah, and his history with mine," Tony said wryly. "Not surprised your dad didn't get along with mine. Your mom on the other hand, met her a few times when I was kid before she vanished." There was a bit of a tense silence that followed afterwards, which Tony realized he had done, which in turn made him quickly hold out the brown bag. "Shawarma? It's the initiation," Tony said in rapid succession. Scene cut. It had been 2 months since Ant-Man and the Wasp had joined the Avengers, and life went on for the team as usual. They trained, ate, spent time together while splitting up as usual to do their own things. Scott had even brought in his daughter at one point, which led her to being very fondly remembered by the team. Especially Vision. As Scott stated, "Kids have a weird penchant for guys like Vision. He's just those kinds of people where you can't really hate. Like you, Wanda, just way more red and green, like Christmas / Of course that all eventually had to come to an end. There was an emergency meeting called upon by Captain America. "Everyone," Cap said in total seriousness, leaning upon the table within the meeting room of the facility. "As you know, since the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra went down with it, but has remained active underground for the past 2 years with many splintered groups." Behind Cap, the viewing screen turned on, showing a mountainous European village that seemed a bit too familiar to several of the Avengers. Thanks to some of Nick Fury's old contacts, there has been whispers of a Hydra base stationed just outside this village. The screen now showed a metal door that was built into the base of the mountain. "This is their base of operations," Steve said, "but we can't discount what they could be hiding in the nearby village or the area surrounding it. Which is why we're going to be split up into 3 teams. Sam, Pietro, and Wanda, the 3 of you will be investigating the town. Try asking around to see if they had seen anything suspicious." The selected trio nodded. "Vision, Rhodey, Hope, the 3 of you will be surveying the surrounding area," Steve said to the second team. "They might have outposts and some leftover Chitauri-enhanced technology at their disposal. If you find them, take them out and bring the tech in." "Copy that," Rhodes said, while Vision simply nodded. "Nat, Scott," Steve said to the remaining 2 Avengers, "you 2 will be with me. We're going right into the base. Simple reconnaissance and infiltration before the rest of us storm in. See what information we can find, what else they've been working on, possibly even locations to other Hydra bases." Nat acknowledged the order and Scott let out a breath of anticipation and anxiety. "Let's move," Steve said, and the team all went to the Quinjet Bay. "Anything else we should know?" Sam asked as they boarded the Quinjet. "Yeah," Steve said with a somewhat agitated tone. "Turns out that this Hydra base has the scraps of an old friend of ours, Ultron." That alarmed the Avengers, but was quickly placated by Steve. "Don't worry," Steve said, "it's not Ultron himself, least I don't think it is. Vision saw to that personally. Hydra has collected many drones and bodies, every scrap of Ultron and his army. So whilst we aren't dealing with Ultron directly, we may be facing his leftovers." The Quinjet lifted up into the air, coordinates placed in, and away they went. Most of the team was silent, with only Sam and Steve conversing softly with one another. Ant-Man was sitting with his hands interlaced, staring at the ground intently, somewhat fidgeting in his seat. "You all right?" Hope asked in the seat beside Scott, nudging him with her shoulder. "Just a bit nervous," Scott admitted. "Hey, we've trained for this with and without the Avengers," Hope said confidently. "Actually it was more like, just the 2 of us, and we weren't fighting anything too crazy." Scott trailed off, not sure of his words. "You'll both do fine," said an accented voice. Scott and Hope glanced up to see Wanda now moving to sit beside them. Wanda gave them an understanding expression. "I felt the same way when I first fought alongside the Avengers," Wanda said, sitting down beside him. "I remember feeling like I was in over my head." Wanda laughed at herself, which is ironic considering that I was fighting them without knowing who I was fighting for, like always. Scott felt a pang of sympathy for the Sokovian. She, like her brother at a point, believed in what they were fighting for until reality told them it was a lie. And now they're using this opportunity and time for redemption. Meanwhile, Steve was conversing with Tony, who was at the old Avengers Tower. "You sure you don't want to tag along, Tony?" Steve asked. "Might need the help." "Nah, Cap," Tony said from the other line as the Avengers consultant. "All I can do right now is advise you. Besides, the new and improved Quinjet would be there and back again before I could even have a chance to suit up. Steve stared at the screen with Tony on it, who was idly putting together some new invention. Sighing, Steve gave his friend a grin. "All right, your loss." "Have fun," Tony said cheekily, the line disconnecting. Arriving at destination in 10 minutes. An artificial male Russian voice said to the team. "Thanks, Tap," Steve said to the Avengers' personal AI, nicknamed Tap. "No problem, comrade Captain," Tap said gruffly. "Is it wrong to say I still find it weird that Tony gave us a Russian AI?" Sam said to the team. "I think he did it intentionally," Rhodey said with a knowing look. "Probably some ulterior jab at Wanda and Pietro, or at Nat, or he just wanted to screw with us. Probably the latter, or all the above." "Humor," Vision said in contemplation. "I still find this human concept unusual." "Well, it's not really just a human, Viz," Wanda said to the android. "It's something a lot of people use to deal with situations." Over the past year, since his creation, Vision had been trying to adjust to his very existence with humanity. Most of the team has seen him reading books on human culture, religion, society, and so on, as well as constantly watching television and the internet. It was amusing most of the time to see a being such an odd duck. So wise and yet so naive. Vision seemed to have formed an odd friendship with the twins and constantly is a source of Pietro's jokes, but sadly the android is none the aware of it all unless Wanda reprimands him. "So we're facing Ultron's leftovers," Nat murmured to herself. "Even now, he's still after us." "It's not him," Steve said to the former spy. "It's just scrap metal, leftovers." Steve looked back to the team. "Nothing we haven't handled before." Of course that boost in confidence changed in an instant when the team's eyes widened in shock, jaws dropping. Cap looked back up front and saw two large pairs of bluish synthetic eyes looking directly at them. Steve's reflexes kicked in and the leader of the Avengers pulled the ship up into a sharp angle, avoiding crashing into a gigantic robot. "What the hell was that?" Pietro exclaimed in shock. "Flyers, get out there now," Steve barked to the Avengers, opening the back ramp. War Machine's faceplate slid on as did Hope's helmet. Falcon jumped out, Vision phased through the bottom of the jet, Scarlet Witch engulfed herself and floated out with Pietro going with her in a red sphere. Steve banked a hard left, narrowly avoiding a gigantic metal hand. "That's a lot of scraps," Falcon said on the comlink while flying around outside. "Looks like a supersized Ultron drone," Rhodey commented. "Hydra must have created this machine with a combination of the remains," Vision surmised. "Scott, looks like we're going to have to get in this earlier than usual," Steve said to Ant-Man, who was already using his abilities. "Way ahead of Yakap," Scott said, and Steve and Nat heard a buzzing sound they had become familiar with over the course of the past several months. Ant-Man then shrank down, landing on a flying ant in the middle of his ant legion. "Best get in the fight, Cap," Nat said. Steve simply put the jet on autopilot and with Nat moved to the edge of the ramp. Down below they saw the Avengers had now engaged with the gigantic Hydra robot that stood in the center of the village. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch were doing crowd control, rushing over to civilians to get them to safety, whilst Vision, Falcon, War Machine, Wasp, and Ant-Man kept the attention of the machine. "Avengers assemble," Steve said to himself, leaping out of the Quinjet in a free fall. Nat shook her head at seeing Cap once again pull off his no-shoot fall and then jumped out after him. Cap continued to free fall until he pivoted his body and threw his shield with all his might. The shield smashed and ricocheted of the palm of the gigantic robot's hand. The machine retracted its hand and now began swinging around to hit the flyers in the air that fired beams, bullets, and miniature missiles at its head. Down below, as Steve fell to the ground, he saw the bluish-silver trail of Pietro running about getting people to safety with Wanda doing the same. "Village is clear, Cap," Pietro said in the comms. "Good job, you two," Cap said, moving his body around, feet first, as a translucent red slide appeared beneath him. The red energy caught him and Nat, the two descending down, landing next to Wanda and Pietro. "What's the game plan, Cap?" War Machine asked, his shoulder minigun firing away at the machine's arms. "This thing is called Ultimo 3. Falcon stated. "How the heck do you know that?" Rhodey asked. "It's on the back of his head," Falcon pointed out. I did not notice that, Vision said in moderate surprise. Is this a human thing? To brand creation. Ask Tony that next time you see him, Steve said. Alright team, the plan is simple. This thing may be large and made out of Ultron, but that's just it, it's scrap metal. So lure the big guy away from the village into the mountains and tear the bastard apart. Copy that. Sam said, what are you gonna do? Scott, Nat, Hope. Steve said, the three of you are with me. We're gonna storm the base and take it out. See what else we can find out about Hydra. Way ahead of you, Captain. Ant-Man said, I've already got a swarm of my ants inside the base, scouting it out. Great job, Scott, Steve praised. Think you can get the door open? Looks like that won't be necessary, Steve, Nat said, pointing towards the mountain door, which opened up and out ran Hydra agents with Ultron drone-type armor and Chitauri-based weaponry. This should be interesting then. Steve said. Cap's group ran towards the oncoming Hydra agents, with Wasp and Ant-Man shrinking down during their charge and Nat running along with Cap, brandishing her electrified batons. Throwing his shield, the vibranium disc bounced between the oncoming soldiers before returning to its owner's hand. Scott and Hope had taken to striking specific parts of their heads to take them out quickly, with Nat using her batons to electrocute or whack them into unconsciousness. The other Avengers in the meantime were battling Ultimo with everything they had, dodging and weaving its surprisingly large fast frame. Eyes aglow, Ultimo targeted Wanda from a beam shot, but the Sokovian managed to repel it with an impromptu shield, cringing greatly from the impact of the energy upon her barrier. Vision quickly relieved her with punch to the side of Ultimo's head. Wanda released her shield and flew up into the air, weaving her hands to create a platform for Pietro to run on. Wielding a sharp pipe, Quicksilver launched himself at full speed, jamming the pipe into Ultimo's eye. It lumbered back, reaching up to grab Pietro, only for War Machine to fly by and grab the speedster away to safety. Falcon launched several missiles the giant robot, blindsiding it, allowing for Vision to slam itself into its stomach. Within the base, Steve, Nat, Scott, and Hope were cleaning house. Thanks to past experiences with their raid of Hydra bases, Widow and Cap were making quick work of the Hydra soldiers, with Ant-Man and Wasp doing the same thanks to their instruction these past few months. Wasp's wrist-mounted bolt stingers were proving to their job quite effectively, as each one she fired off took out any and all Hydra goons she targeted. Ant-Man had also displayed a more efficient fighting style as he jumped between each soldier, using his strength and the assistance of his ants to take out enemies left and right. At one point, Scott had even made Steve throw him at another oncoming wave of Hydra soldiers. The force of the throw on top of Scott's own enhanced strength knocked out several Hydra agents right away, while sending the rest stumbling. The others capitalized on this advantage and beat down the rest of them. They powered through the rest of the base, fighting quick, hard and precise to take out the guards and secure the base. Back outside, the other Avengers continued to fight Ultimo, the machine now in complete disarray at the amount of heroes fighting it. Its programming had been upgraded greatly since its last two predecessors, but still it has never been tested against a group like the Avengers. So it was completely unaware of the red energy that was slowly making its way inside its body to its core. Found you, Scarlet Witch declared before she let her power explode. Ultimo halted its attack. Suddenly, the machine began trembling before convulsing. Its mouth then opened, and then boom! Ultimo blew up from within seconds and ultimately fell apart. All that was left was the top half of Ultimo's head. There was a brief moment of silence. Damn, Pietro exclaimed. Nice on, sis. You got that right, Falcon said, the team now assembling around the head of the destroyed robot in victory while contacting Steve. Cap, Big Bot's been taken down. Good job. Steve praised. We're just about done in here as well. Make a sweep of the area and come rendezvous inside the base. After doing as Cap instructed, the rest of the team entered the base. What none of them had expected was the buzzing of ants floating around above them, forming an arrow in the direction where the other Avengers were. That's actually nifty, Sam commented, following the direction of the ants. They soon entered a lab with Widow and Wasp sifting through files and other computers, while a large group of scientists and soldiers were bound together in the center of the room. This is a big one, Black Widow addressed the group that had just entered. They've got huge data caches of experimental tech that would make Stark's head spin. Wonder what they were working on here then. Sam said in thought. Cap went on ahead with Scott. Wasp informed, gesturing her head towards another door on the other end of the room. As Steve and Scott were ahead of the group, they were the first to reach the final room in the base, which was incredibly large. Almost about the size of the Avengers Quinjet Bay. All around the room were computers, and in the center, an odd gyro-like machine that had lights lined around the circular pieces, dimly lit. Geez, Hank would love a place like this. Scott said aloud in wonder. Maybe he'd make sense of everything in here. Steve said, looking around the room. Moving forward, Cap began investigating the room, going from computer to computer. Found something interesting. Steve jolted somewhat, looking over to see Widow, Sam, and Rhodey enter the room. Damn, Rhodey murmured, what the hell is this place? Hydra's objective, Steve surmised, what they tried to hide, cause this seems to be the last room in the base. A silver bluish blur then dashed into the room, running in several circles, screeching to a halt in front of a computer. Whoa, Pietro said, this is different from before. Not like the base where Wanda and I got our powers. How was that base like? Rhodey asked. Very encompassing, depressing, and caused claustrophobia, Pietro replied casually, making the team stare at him. Not noticing the stares as he had his attention on the contraption in the middle, Steve turned to Widow. Nat. On it. Natasha went up to the center computer, plugged in a kind of transfer chip and began typing away. Steve then got an incoming communications from none other than. Well, hello beautiful, said the voice of a giddy Tony Stark, what have you found for me today, Cap? Something I think you should be here for, Steve remarked, it's like Candyland for you here. Whoa, said the voice of Ant-Man as he entered the room with the remaining Avengers, this is like Stargate level sci-fi here. What have you got for us here, Tony? Steve asked through the communication pieces. Experimental tech, to say the least, Tony said, clearly impressed with what he was looking at. The data here suggests that whatever they were working on was, as most geeks would say in this day and age, some next level shit. How next level? Rhodey asked. Oh boy, Tony said, the million-dollar question. There was momentary silence from the other end. The Avengers continued to move about the room, examining everything. Pietro was on one knee as he was looking at some kind of screen. Tilting his head in interest, Pietro pressed on the screen and, like most tech in this century, reacted to his touch and displayed some techno-mumbo-jumbo that was beyond him. Scratching his chin in thought, Quicksilver pressed the first icon that caught his interest, which just so happened to be a video. The video was of the contraption being put to a test. In the video, Hydra scientists surrounded the machine as it whirled to life. In the center of the swirling circles, an odd energy substance could be clearly seen. The scientists spoke in another language, German. Pietro thought, seemingly speaking about the machine. Then came some testing as one of the scientists lifted up a bottle of water and tossed it into the swirling substance. The bottle was sucked in and there were some beeping noises. Pietro was now fascinated and began exploring more of these videos, seeing Hydra constantly toss random items into the swirling mass that they sent into the swirling mass. Then they upped the ante. In the next video, a Hydra agent was geared up in some heavy-duty armor of tech and had rope attached to his back. Getting a thumbs up from one of the scientists, the agent entered the portal, vanishing entirely, yet the rope remained until it didn't and vanished. This sent the group of scientists into a frenzy, trying to figure out what went wrong before the video cut out, ending the long playlist. Pietro looked up at the machine, now in slight awe and nervousness being around this thing. Pietro could only give a toss-up of what it does exactly, but right now, he didn't really want to find out. The rest of the Avengers were completely unaware of what Pietro had just witnessed, now surrounding Captain America as he conversed with Tony on their find. Of course, none of that mattered when the room began to vibrate. The rest of the Avengers had rushed in an alarm and readiness at hearing the sudden vibration that shook the room nearby. The team tensed and were now on the defensive. Suddenly the machine activated and began whirling around at a fast rate, not even bothering to start up slow. The door then closed and a grid encompassed the room before fading. Steve and several of the Avengers ran up to the door and tried reaching for the handle only to get zapped back. Vision attempted to turn transparent and phase through the wall but was met with the same result. This scared the Avengers as now, They saw the machine's gyrosphere was spinning faster and faster until it was a blur. Guys, zzzzz, Tony tried reaching out to them, but they heard static seconds later. The gyrosphere had produced a swirling bluish-white energy portal when the contraption began to produce static, electricity jumping about its structure. Avengers, Steve shouted out, brace yourselves. The group gathered together just as the energy within the sphere had reached a breaking point. It collapsed on itself, disappearing in a blink. A second passed and then the energy exploded, engulfing the Avengers and blinding them. The last thing they all saw was a bright light and felt themselves being pulled into the center of the room. And then they knew no more. The light dimmed, revealing an empty room, the machine slowing down to a jerking halt. Wires were now hanging from the ceiling and computer, and there were pieces of rubble on the ground crumbling from the ceiling. Then at last, the room went silent. Nothing but the leftover hum of the room. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 2, Welcome to Neighbor. Ringing. A loud, ear-piercing ringing was the first thing that Steve Rogers' senses registered upon awakening. Groaning, Steve had an overwhelming numbness coursing through his body, barely being able to register his hand that had subconsciously went up to clutching his aching head. Straining himself to sit up, Steve felt a solid wall on his back that he had been leaning on. Feeling slowly began to return to his being, rubbing his eyes. Opening them slowly, Steve shut them a second later before opening them again to properly register the lighting. He was in an alleyway that was for sure. Narrow walkway with the opposite wall of the building he was facing being obvious to see. Sensation and relief started to come over him as Steve forced himself to his feet. Wobbling slightly, the Avenger winced from a light that blared in his eyes. Glancing down, he saw his shield lying beside his foot. Letting out a slightly relieved sigh at the sight of something familiar and important to him, Steve grabbed his valued shield up off the ground and placed on his magnetic back harness. A groan close by caught Steve's attention, and he turned to see that it was his stalwart comrade and friend Sam coming to his own as well. "Sam," Steve said in relief, quickly jogging over to him. "Steve?" Sam asked blearily, shaking his head in an effort to throw off his dizziness. "What the hell happened?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Steve answered, helping his friend to his feet. Leaning against the wall for support, the aviator flexed his hands to get a sense of feeling back as he too was experiencing a kind of numbness all over him. "Where are the others?" Sam inquired, keeping himself steady on the wall. "I don't know," Steve said with a frown. "I just woke up myself and you were the first person I saw." "What do you remember?" Rubbing his head, Sam focused momentarily. "Just the lab and all that weird light with the tech going off like crazy. Then just waking up here." Looking around, Steve saw the exit to the alleyway a few yards away from them. Glancing back to Sam, Steve went for his earpiece. "Avengers, come in," Steve said with a tinge of hope, only to be met with static. Gritting his teeth slightly, Rogers tried once more. "Anyone on comms, come in." Static once more. "Nat." Steve tried again. "Scott?" "Rhodey." "Got nothing on my end either, Steve," Sam said dejectedly, finally standing firm on his 2 feet. Steve sighed in defeat, looking up to the sky until turning back to the alleyway exit at the sound of laughter. He spotted kids running by, chasing after something. "Well, they sounded friendly," Sam commented, eyeing their surrounding area. "Did that place teleport us somewhere?" "Maybe," Steve said, taking a step forward. "Only one way to find out, really." The two cautiously walked forward and stepped out from the alleyway to find themselves standing in one of the most architecturally beautiful places they had both ever laid eyes on. It just so happens to be the most alien, as both immediately spotted a small group of children walking together, and amongst them were without a doubt extraterrestrials. Some had long faces with fin-like ears, with maybe one or two of them being human in appearance, though completely blue with tail heads, if that's what they would call it. Steve and Sam both soon spotted other very unusual beings stationed around this new area, primarily the more adult version of those fin-eared aliens, and half a dozen people that were clearly soldiers due to the near-pristine white armor they wore that covered them from head to toe, posture, and the large rifles each held in hand. "Steve, we are definitely not in Kansas anymore," Sam murmured to Cap, who could only blankly nod his head. "Any ideas, Cap?" Steve looked around, taking into account the white armored soldiers and the other civilians walking around. Up above, he could clearly see ships flying around with a few headed in one direction. Looking forward, Steve saw a ginormous palace in the distance. One could call it kingly and royal in appearance. They're definitely military, Sam murmured, observing the white armored soldiers standing around. Maybe they can help us out. From one soldier to another. Maybe. Steve murmured, rubbing his chin, eyeing the gaggle of kids who were now moving around the terrace, with the head of the group clearly being a teacher. Some had now taken a moment to look over to the two Avengers with curiosity apparent on their faces. It was then that at long last the soldiers who had been standing vigil in this open area noticed the two unusually garbed individuals, both of whom seemed clearly at a loss as to where they were. Any idea who those guys are?" said the first armored soldier closest to them in their comm link. "No clue." The second one spoke with a shrug of his shoulders. "They Seps." "Don't think so," said the first soldier. "Sergeant Buck, any idea what to do here? They don't look threatening." Sergeant Buck was much easier to distinguish amongst the 6 armored soldiers, as out of all of them he had his helmet and shoulder pads accented with green markings. "Stand by, boys, I'll get this all sorted out," Sergeant Buck said, moving forward to meet with these strangers. Both of them noticed his coming approach and faced him tensely with a steely resolve. Their poise, the way they stood, there was no doubt in the sergeant's mind that these two were seasoned warriors. It was clear as day to see. Color him interested. And wary. "Identifications, sirs," Sergeant Buck said politely enough. "Captain Steve Rogers," the blue-suited man said. "Lieutenant Sam Wilson," the goggled-eyed said a moment later. Both delivered their introductions in a crisp military-like fashion. But they didn't have identification. However, after spending some time here on this planet and its inhabitants, Buck learned that a candid approach would be needed in certain situation. His gut was telling him this to be one of those time. "I'm Sergeant Buck of the Grand Army of the Republic." He introduced himself and saluted them both. Though he did not know of them, their tone and delivery made it clear that they did indeed hold military ranking. Both tilted their heads at the salute, glancing at one another before both saluted him back in turn. Surprising, aside from the GAR, not many other people do such a gesture. "Not to be rude or anything," Steve Rogers spoke up, "but Sam and I here are in a bit of a bind." "By bind we mean we have no idea where we are," Sam Wilson bluntly stated, throwing off the sergeant. "What?" was Sergeant Buck's response. "Look," Steve said in a placating manner. "We're not here to cause any trouble at all. That much we can tell you and promise. We were in the middle of a mission, to best describe it, and a few unexpected twists happened and the two of us found ourselves. What is this place anyway?" "You're in the capital city of Neighbor," Buck responded right away. "Neighbor?" Sam and Steve repeated in confusion. "What's that?" Buck stared at the two of them, somewhat disbelieving in their question. "The planet of Neighbor. You know, the Neighbor? One of the Republic's strongest allies and supporters." The planet of Neighbor were the only words that both Avengers registered, slowly turning to look to one another as to see if neither misheard what Sergeant Buck just said. "Another planet," Sam murmured, trying to get a grasp on the situation. "Looks like we know what Hydra was working on," Steve whispered back bitterly. "Oi, you two all right? You're both stiff as stone right now." Sergeant Buck's accented voice cut through their small talk. "Sorry," Steve said, hanging his head slightly. "Listen, Sergeant Buck, I'm not sure how exactly we got here, but we are not from this planet for sure. I was kinda starting to figure that," Buck said earnestly. "You don't look or dress anything like the people of Neighbor here." "Shit," Sam cursed. "What do we do now, Cap? We got no idea where the others are, let alone the two of us." "I don't know, Sam," Steve admitted frustratingly. "This is kinda new for me." Sam snorted, shaking his head while crossing his arms in thought. Buck couldn't help but feel a form of sympathy for the two guys standing before him. Both were clearly lost and bit down as they brought up their lost comrades several times. He may have only known the two for a few minutes, but quite honestly, he felt a need to help them. Sergeant Buck then gazed back to his soldiers, who were all standing at attention at their posts, though some had their helms turned in his direction. "Come on over, boys, they're all right," Buck called out to them. In an instant, the other 5 soldiers approached them. As they drew near, Buck introduced the 2 superheroes to his squad. "Brothers, I'd like you all to meet Captain Steve Rogers and Lieutenant Sam Wilson," Sergeant Buck said. Hearing the fact that these 2 men were apparently military and higher rank than even their sergeant, all 5 snapped at attention and saluted both men. "Sirs," all 5 in unison said at the same time, sounding exactly the same, piquing Wilson and Rogers' curiosity. They returned the salutes in turn. "You all sound the damn same," Sam noted. "You guys all brothers or something?" "Huh." One of them spoke up. "You don't know about us." "Son, I think it's easy for me to say that both Sam and I have no iota as to what's going on and where we are," Steve said in total honesty. "You don't know anything about what's going on?" another asked, the same voice again. "At all? The war with the separatists? The droid army? The Republic? Anything? Easy flapper, let the 2 breath," Sergeant Buck admonished lightly. "War? Droid army?" Sam reiterated. "Where the hell did we land ourselves in?" "So just to be clear," Buck said to the Avengers, "neither of you have any idea as to the war or anything like that?" "No," Steve said firmly. "Whatever we were expecting, landing in the middle of a war was certainly not on our agenda. Nor was leaving our home planet to begin with. And I thought our lives couldn't get any crazier," Sam Riley stated. "Well, you're in luck," the soldier on the far left said with a chipper tone. "Naboo is a pretty peaceful planet. Nice and quiet and really beautiful under the night sky. Or in the rising sun, you know, this whole place is pretty amazing actually. Don't mind him," the closest soldier to Sam said in amusement. "Jolly fell in love with this planet first time he laid eyes on it. Wants to retire here after the war's all done." "Ah, shut up, Rook," the now identified jolly soldier snarked back. "You're just jealous you can't see the beauty of this world. All I see is boredom," Rook shot back. "Right, Pock? More or less," Pock agreed affably. "Though I do like the fruits." A small banter erupted between the soldiers now, the same voice arguing back and forth amongst them, while Buck only shook his head at his squad's childish behavior. Steve on the other hand couldn't fight the growing smirk he had, with a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he watched the white-armored soldiers bicker back and forth with one another. In the back of his mind, he heard the familiar sound of gunfire, explosions, and then, laughter. The laughter of long-lost comrades that he tragically never saw again, save for only one. Sam held a similar expression, chuckling silently at the soldiers who were now getting a bit rowdy with one another until their sergeant effectively ended their harmless fun. "I gotta ask one question though," Sam said to the men. And it was from before. "Are you guys all brothers? 'Cause damn, you guys sound way too alike." "That's the thing, sir," Jolly said, moving to remove his helmet. "We are all brothers in a manner of speaking." Both Steve and Sam's eyes widened at the sight of 6 helmets being removed to reveal 6 exact same faces staring right back at them, with maybe 1 or 2 distinguishing features on each of their faces. "Are you guys clones or something?" Sam asked. "Hey, that's exactly right," Flipper said with a grin. "Yeah, we're all members of the Clone Army of the Grand Republic." "Clone Army?" Steve whispered, now moving to remove his own helm to rub his slightly overwhelmed head. "One thing after another. Tell you what." Buck stepped forward. "How about my unit and I show you around?" "Yeah, I'd rather honestly do that than just stand around all day," Rook admitted. "Hey Chalk, maybe you'll see your special little lady friend later." "Shut up, Rook." Chalk, a clone with bleached chalk white hair, retorted irritably. "Least out of all of us, I'm personable enough to get one." Chortling at their behavior, Steve couldn't deny the humorous argument here was rather endearing to him. "You know, that tour sounds like a good idea," Sam reasoned, nodding his head at Buck. "Get a lay of the land and figure out things from there." "No problem." Buck said, helmet back on. Follow us, sirs. You don't need to call us that. Steve said, amused by the gesture. We're not your commanding officers. Force of habit, sirs. Flapper said. It's in our training. By this point, the group of soldiers had arrived in a marketplace. The area was bustling with activity. Humans and other aliens Steve and Sam had yet to identify were conversing, trading and simply giving off a lively, peaceful vibe. A few other clones were spotted throughout the crowds of people, as they were easily distinguished with their white armor. Why look, they got some new chucrut. Pock said excitedly, moving to walk over to a stand only to get bumped by the butt of Buck's rifle. No drinking on the job, trooper. Buck said sternly. It's for later, Sergeant. Rook said with a grin. We've got to spend our downtime somehow, you know. Sergeant Buck only grumbled beneath his helmet whilst Sam only shook his head with an amused grin in place. Steve was observing the area with great interest in the meantime, taking a moment to take in the rather astonishing natural architectural beauty the buildings and environment gave off. He really wished he had a sketch pad on him right now. He wouldn't mind getting a few sketches out of this place. There were also decorations all around the place. He was cut off by his observations when he felt someone bump into his leg. Glancing down, Steve saw that it was a little girl with wavy light brown hair with small flowers decorated around her head like a crown. Sorry about that. Steve said kindly, helping the girl to her feet. It's okay. The young girl said happily, giving him a beaming smile. Here, this is for you. Sorry for bumping into you. Steve quirked a brow, giving a small smile at the flower presented to him by the little girl. Why, thank you. Steve accepted graciously. You seem to be carrying a lot of those around. Yup, today is a very special day. The little girl nodded her head vigorously. And what might that be? My friend and I over there aren't from Neighbor, so we'd like to know what the fuss is all about. Oh, it's a very special day. The girl said excitedly, bouncing on her toes. It's the 10-year anniversary of the unification of the Neighbor and the Gungans. I thought the planet was called Neighbor. That's what the people call ourselves. And are those the Gungans? Steve inquired, gesturing to a fin-eared humanoid nearby speaking very strangely and goofily with what seemed to be a friend. The girl nodded her head. You're very smart for a girl your age. Steve praised, making her eyes light up. What's your name? Ryo Onaberry. She introduced herself. I'm Steve Rogers. The super soldier patted his chest and gave her a gentlemanly bow, making her giggle at the gesture. Ryo, there you are. An older, motherly voice cut through the crowd. You know not to run off like that. Both had turned to see a middle-aged woman coming up to the two of them, eyeing Ryo. Sorry, Mommy, I made a new friend. Ryo said sheepishly, looking up to Steve, making her mother face him. She was momentarily thrown off by the unusual garb but brushed it aside. I hope my daughter didn't cause you any trouble. The mother said in a kind manner, similar to her daughter. No, as a matter of fact. Steve held up the flower he had been given to him by Ryo. She was kind enough to give me a welcoming gift to Neighbor. The mother proceeded to give her little girl a proud smile whilst Ryo blushed at the attention. It is a pleasure to meet you then. Steve Rogers. Cap held his hand out to shake, which she did. Solanaberry. I hope you enjoy your stay here on Neighbor. She said pleasantly, moving then to take Ryo's hand. Come along, Ryo, Aunt Padme's waiting to see us. On to Padme. Ryo said, now jumping with delight, turning back to wave goodbye to Steve. Bye, Mr. Rogers. Goodbye, Ryo. Steve said in turn, smile on his face as he watched the two depart. Duh, that was adorable. Said a familiar teasing voice from behind. And she even called you Mr. Rogers. It's a really great day in the neighborhood. And thus the mood was ruined by Sam as Steve rolled his eyes and turned to face not only Sam's joking grin but the stifling laughter of the clones that had been accompanying them. Didn't know you were so good with kids, Captain. Pock complimented. That was the sappiest thing I have ever seen. Rook chortled. It's like one of those bad drama holovids. Jolly concurred. This was something way too familiar to Steve. Soldiers teasing and japping at his expense. The clones themselves couldn't help it really. There was something about these two that was strangely natural. Maybe it was the air of camaraderie that was easy to see, maybe the battle-hardened eyes that spoke of many conflicts. What it was, these clones didn't know, but it was just so easy to act like this around these two. And they had only known one another for less than an hour. Steve shook his head faux annoyance when something in the distance caught his eye. Something that didn't exactly match the tranquil air of the city. Sergeant Buck. Steve spoke up in total seriousness. What exactly are those? Buck worked a brow and turned to direction of Steve's rather intense gaze only to balk and swear under his breath. It's those Demseps. Buck exclaimed aloud, rifle held up now. Separatists inbound. The moment Sergeant Buck shouted those two words, pandemonium erupted as all around them, the inhabitants of this planet began to see the ships descending down to them, in turn making them flee for their lives. Clone troopers who were either patrolling or standing around on guard duty now rushed into action, some shepherding civilians in the direction away from the incoming fight, while the rest were either firing or moving to other positions in order to prepare for the battle to come. What the hell are they doing here? Flapper shouted/asked. This is a Republic stronghold. We've got an entire fleet defending the planet. Crazy clankers. Rook growled out. Vulture droids. Pock shouted. Up above were a dozen unusually shaped four-pincered flying ships that were headed right down at the city below. From the bottom of the vulture droids came small glowing orbs that fell down and began blowing up. The sounds of civilians screaming and fleeing for their lives began to fill the air along with blaster fire. What the hell is going on? Sam exclaimed in disbelief. Why are they attacking a civilian population? Those damn separatists don't give a criffing damn about lives. Buck growled out, readying his rifle. Every Republic world is fair game for them. Let's show those clankers what happens when they mess with the Grand Army of the Republic. Pock said, excited at the prospect of battle. Looks like we're gonna get our chance soon. Rook gestured his head at droid landing craft that had managed to get close enough to the ground on the other side of the terrace. It hovered there momentarily until it began to get bombarded by missiles. Our boys are in the air. Jolly fist pumped at the sight of LAAT gunships and ARC-170 starfighters that were moving to engage the separatist air forces. And we've got to move now. Buck commanded. The people of Naboo are under attack, men. Let's hit those clankers with everything we've got. The 6 clones ran off, leaving the 2 Avengers in momentary shock until Steve and Sam spotted debris on top of a man struggling to escape with several other people trying to help him escape. Legs moving automatically on its own, Steve was already beside the down man. Hang on. Steve said to the surrounding civilians, already throwing and pushing off debris they were having trouble with. In a matter of seconds the man was freed and was raised to his feet, thanking Captain Rogers before his companions helped him in escaping from the invading separatist forces. What do we do, Cap? Sam asked, very much tense and keeping his eyes in the sky. Gigantic ships high above the planet could be seen quite literally zipping into view with other smaller ships flying down to the surface. We help the people and get them to safety. Steve said instinctively. Let's move. Copy that, Cap. The 2 broke off into a run, going after the clone troopers they were just speaking with. They heard the sound of blaster fire just up ahead and picked up the pace. Rounding about a corner, it was complete and total chaos. Robots of several variations and size were all over the place firing at other white armored soldiers while people were fleeing for their lives. Steve spotted Sergeant Buck and his unit using rubble and a nearby shop for cover, with Jolly nursing his arm. They were facing a large platoon of lanky bots that were slowly advancing upon their position. Sam. Steve said, grabbing his shield. On it. Unfurling his wings, Falcon took to the skies and pulled out his SMGs. Captain America sprinted forth at full speed and with a mighty swing threw his shield at full force. The spinning disc cleaved through the bots with complete ease. What's that? Were the last nasally words of one of the bots when it was decapitated by the shield. It bounced around the terrain cutting through the robots with complete ease. Sam fired his guns but the bullets only managed to destroy 2 and dent others. Seeing that they weren't cutting it, Sam dive-bombed them with his wings shielding him in case of fire. Smashing through the bots, Sam used his thruster pack as a boost to perform a spinning kick corkscrew that sent droids flying into the wall and smashing into pieces. Not taking a moment to rest, Falcon jabbed the top metal part of his wings to bash the droids down. Grabbing two guns on the ground, Sam figured they would prove to be much more effective than his SMGs and immediately began firing upon the droids while taking to the skies. All the while the display was witnessed by Sergeant Buck, his unit, and other clones, all having wide-eyed dropped jaws beneath their helmets. "Holy criff, who the hell are these guys?" Chalk exclaimed in shock. "I don't know, but right now I don't care," Rook said excitedly. "They are scrapping those clankers like a breeze. We've got the advantage, boys," Buck yelled out, stepping out from his cover. "Push forward, brothers." The clones within the vicinity followed in the sergeant's lead and began to press their counter-attack on the attacking droid army. Cap and Falcon fought in tandem together, wrecking the droid forces. "Hey, who are those two?" one of the lanky droids asked. "I don't know, they're definitely not clones," another said. "Are they Jedi?" "They don't look like it. I've never seen a Jedi move like that." "You've never even seen Jedi to begin with." "Oh yeah. This is my first Bok." The conversation between the droids were promptly put to an end via Cap's shield slicing right through them. Returning to his awaiting hand, Steve charged forth, grabbing a droid by the neck and throwing it with ease at another cluster before Sam flew by and shot them all down. Cap was then joined by Buck and his unit, who backed him up in repelling the droid forces along with the many other clones within the area. "Area secured," Flapper announced. "That was incredible," Jolly declared soon after, cheering for Sam and Steve. "How'd you guys do that?" "Yeah," Pauk said in equal excitement. "I don't think even Jedi could move like that." "No time for that," Steve cut them off, taking on a commanding presence which startled all the clones. "Right now, those droids are invading the city and we've got civilians under fire by them. We need to split up. One half takes on the droids while the rest move to get the civilians to safety." The clones were silent in response to Steve's instructions until Buck spoke up. "Copy that, Captain Rogers." He agreed wholeheartedly, looking to his brothers. "You heard the man, move your asses, we've got a battle to win here." Snapping out of their stupor, the clones divvied themselves up amongst one another, one half staying here with Cap and Falcon while the rest went off to aid in keeping the civilians of Naboo safe. "What are we dealing with here, Sergeant?" Cap asked straight away. "Landing crafts, couple of cruisers and several droid command stations," Buck listed off. "We spotted mostly vultures, tri-fighters, and gunships in the air," Chalk added. "Why exactly would they want to attack Naboo?" Sam questioned. "Judging from the marketplace back there, this place doesn't seem like a military target aside maybe from resources." "There's a number of reasons actually," Jolly said. "Save it for later," Steve said straight away. "Right now, we've got to figure out what would their objective for the attack be." "I think I've got an idea to that," Buck said, eyeing the Palace of Theed. Senators from the Republic had arrived several days ago. One in particular which has quite the history on the planet and the Separatists, especially the Trade Federation. Senator Padme Amidala. That name was vaguely familiar to Steve as his short-term memory scrounged to recall where had just heard that name. "So this is more personal than anything," Falcon surmised. "That'd be my guess, sir," Buck said respectfully. The sound of vulture droids zooming overhead being pursued by ARC-170s interrupted any further conversation and speculation as to why the Sis was attacking. "Let's move then. Stay in tight formation," Steve commanded. "Long-range troopers I want covering our rears with CQC specialists front and center with me. Sam here will be our eye in the sky. Keep a tight formation and check your corners." "Yes, sir," was the resounding reaction from all clones present who were jittery with anticipation. Aside from Sergeant Buck's unit, the rest of them had no clue as to who these two new guys were. But in this short instance, they had displayed battle prowess, awareness, and tactics that had eclipsed whatever expectations they held. These two right here, especially the one with the shield? They were definitely worth following. Falling in line, Cap lead from the front with Sam by his side, deploying Red Wing into the skies for surveillance while Buck followed up on Steve's other side. "We've got some civilians trapped up ahead, Cap," Sam said, his goggles receiving a live feed from Red Wing. "Got a few dozen of those lanky ones we took out, but they've got some bigger, bulkier black ones with them. The lanky ones are the standard B-1 battle droids," Buck chimed in. "The larger ones on the other hand are the B-2 super battle droids." "Super battle droids," Steve murmured. "What are you worried about, Cap?" Sam joked. "You're already a super soldier, so this should be a cakewalk." Super soldier, the clones all had the same thought on their minds. Cap only rolled his eyes good-naturedly before picking up the pace. "Let's move, gentlemen, we've got civilians to save." The clone troopers obliged, picking up after Cap and Falcon into a run until they stopped by Steve holding up his arm for them to wait. Standing nearby a building, Rogers gestured for them to lean against the wall for cover while pointing at Buck, Chalk, and a clone holding a sniper rifle to come forward with him and Sam. Peeking round the corner, the 5 soldiers saw a large contingent of droids all surrounding an equally large group of Naboo, Gungans, and even a few clones who had been stripped of their weapons along with other uniformed men and women. The captured clones and uniformed individuals were on their knees before the civilians almost intentionally, as they seemed to be making sure the droids paid most of their attention to them rather than the unarmed people. "Do we normally take prisoners?" a B-1 battle droid asked a yellow-accented B-1. "Not normally," it mused in its high-pitched voice. "Not sure about the clones though." Steve's exceptionally enhanced eyes took the time to get a layout of the environment around the droids and their prisoners, taking note of angled walls, a nearby fountain, and several tapestries hanging above. Formulating a plan, Steve looked back to the men. "Spread out," Steve instructed. "Use the stands and booths as cover and wait for my move. Sam, get ready to rain down some fire." "You got it, Cap," Sam said, already using Red Wing and his goggles to mark down targets. "You heard him," Buck said. "Move out." The clones went in pairs of 2s and 3s and used the alleyways and food and souvenir stands to surround the droids while Steve remained where he was with Sam along with Buck and Pock. Meanwhile the droids were still debating, remaining none the wiser of the impending attack. One of the captured clones, however, had managed to spot brief instances of white armor in between the stands and booths, all getting into position. Grinning beneath his helmet, the clone noticed some of the B-1 battle droids amicably glancing around boredly while the ones in front of him continued to speak on what to do next. Those airheaded clankers may spot his brothers, so he needed to act fast. "Oi, clankers!" he called out to them, getting everybody's attention. "You do know that it's standard procedure for you to feed your captured prisoners, right? Haven't you ever had prisoners before?" What is he talking about?" a droid asked. "I don't know, I've never held prisoners before," another said, turning to the accented B-1 battle droid. "What about you, Commander? Have you ever held prisoners?" The yellow-accented battle droid was put on the spot, quickly trying to recuperate from the sudden questions. He wasn't programmed for this kind of leadership. Of course I have," the commander droid responded in a stammering manner. "But I've never fed them before." "Then what do we do?" "Get scrapped, clanker, that's what," the clone said mockingly. Huh. It was at that moment a flying disc had completely destroyed the commanding droid along with a few other unfortunate droids before bouncing off the walls several times and coming back down for another run through. It had cut down the hanging decorative tapestry, which in turn fell upon the droids, blindsiding them. "Hey, what's going on?" one of the B-1 droids cried out in panic. "Now!" Falcon fired his missiles from his pack and flew forward along with Cap, who snatched his shield from the air as the clones who had been hiding sprang out, and in a matter of seconds the droids were all but destroyed. The civilians all let out breaths of relief and gratitude, with a few even cheering for the victory. "Incoming!" Flapper shouted. "Droid ACUS!" Several rolling balls were headed their way until they stopped and unfurled themselves, shields up and firing at them. "Take cover now!" Steve shouted, standing in front of the civilians in order to protect them from fire. Sam had taken to the skies whilst the clones all hid behind stands, booths, and the nearby fountain to avoid the droid ACUS fire. Several clones sadly were not fast enough and got hit, dying on the spot. Steve moved like a blur to deflect the blaster bolts, making sure not a single one got past him. He even managed to redirect some back at the droidekas, something he did not know his shield was capable of doing, so yet it proved ineffective against the shields. Anybody have any ideas on how to take these guys out? Steve shouted aloud. Sir. Rook called out. Their ray shields reflect regular blaster fire, but you can phase through them physically on your own. You heard that, Sam? Steve grunted out, deflecting several more blaster bolts. Loud and clear, Steve. Sam said from above, dive bombing a droideka from above. Buck's information of the droideka's shielding proved true as Sam combined with his weight, downward flight, and momentum smashed through a droideka. He then utilized his flight pack to boost himself over to the next set of rollers and with his wings smacked them back hard before going into the air once more. All the while, the other droidekas were slowly turning themselves to face Falcon, giving the other clones the chance to run forward and bypass the shields, shooting the rolling tin cans down. Area secured. One of the clones said aloud. Thanks, brothers. The captured clone, who had been a distraction for them, said gratefully. Don't thank us, brother. Rook said, thumbing over to Steve and Sam. Those two over there did most of the heavy lifting. Who are they? Another clone had asked. Tough bastards, that's what. Jolly answered with admiration. Steve took a moment to survey the civilians, who were now safe, when suddenly. Mr. Rogers, said a small meek voice. Blinking, Steve saw a small kid force her way through the crowd and saw that it was none other than Ryo Onaberi. Ryo! Steve said in surprise, approaching her, seeing her mother Sola appear through the crowd as well to stand behind her daughter. You took out the bad robots. Ryo looked up to him in awe. I had a lot of help. Steve said, kneeling down to her level, pulling out the flower she had given to him. And I feel like I owed ya for this little flower. Ryo giddily laughed, with Sola smiling down in gratitude. Thank you so much. Sola said earnestly. Don't mention it. Steve waved off. His head then snapped up at the sound of starfighters doing battle. We're not in the clear just yet. We still need to get you all to safety. I believe I can assist with that then. One of the uniformed men with a metal patch on his left eye, who had been held prisoner, stepped forward. I'm Captain Grigor Typho of Royal Naboo Security Forces. The man introduced himself. I cannot thank you enough for what you and the clone troopers have done here. Just doing our job. Steve said humbly. I'm Captain Steve Rogers. That's Lieutenant Sam Wilson. A pleasure, sir. Grigor said respectfully. Captain Rogers, I believe the best course of action is follow me and my men back to the Palace of Theed. It is the most fortified location within the city and the safest place for these civilians and our forces to hold out until aid arrives from the Republic. What about the rest of the city? Sam butted in intently. I understand your concern, sir, but the people here, myself included, understand the importance of getting members of royalty to safety. Grigor argued back. Royalty? Steve said in bewilderment, until Grigor looked towards Sola and Ryo. Before Steve could say much else, a vulture droid had crash-landed through the fountain, injuring several clones in the process. Shit. Steve swore, looking to the palace and then back to the civilians. All right, make a formation around the civilians. Steve instructed, taking the initiative, jogging over and assisting one of the down clones. Injured and children in the center. Stick close to the walls and alleyways for cover. Check your corners and your six at all times. Do not stray away from the group. Grigor, you know the fastest way to the palace. Course I do, Captain. Grigor promised. Lead the way then. Steve gestured. Sam, is Redwing still in the sky? You know it. Keep us updated. Steve said, returning his gaze to the civilians and little Ryo. Come on people, let's move it. Scene cut. It was complete and utter chaos within the Grand Palace of Naboo as the very building struck and the sounds of battle clear as day echoing through the windows and openings. Within the Grand Hall were a collection of individuals, all being guarded by the Naboo Security Force and clone troopers. Anti-aircraft guns were used to the fullest, along with the shields that were installed not too long after the breakout of the war. Whilst it protected them from rogue fire, droid starfighters were easily able to phase in and out of the shield, thus necessitating the use of the guns in repelling the fighters. Clones and security personnel were stationed across every exit and entrance, fending off wave after wave of droids, holding out strong. The guard of the palace and security force had fought with exceptional aggressiveness, surprising even the clones, as they had not allowed an inch of the palace to fall into the hands of the separatists. In the center of all this was Senator Padme Amidala with her dear friend Senator Bail Organa and her student and newest Senator Representative Rochuchi. With them was also Queen Jamilia and her brother-in-law Dardnabari and his youngest daughter Pooja. She, like Dard, was worried beyond belief at the idea of the Sis brazenly attacking Naboo, even more so with the fact that Sola and Ryoo had been unaccounted for. Armed with her own blaster, Padme held a focused and stoic gaze, making sure to help Dard in keeping little Pooja calm as the battle raged on. She was truly frustrated and beyond infuriated at her home planet being once again attacked by battle droids. Call it a gut feeling, but Padme had an inkling of an idea out of all the separatists just who it was that had launched such a bold and daring attack. She wanted to get out there and fight, but she knew it would be smarter to remain here and assist the Queen in keeping the peace within the Grand Hall. This is not what I expected to be for a lesson on foreign politics, Rochuchi said wryly with underlying nervousness. Well, this isn't my first tango with the separatists, Padme said dryly. And this is the second time they've tried their hand on Naboo. 10 years ago, right? Ro asked, getting a nod out of Padme. They know how to hold a grudge, Padme said, grimacing at the memories of the Trade Federation's oppression of her people. The Republic will be here soon enough. Bail Organa cut in, though his expression was grim. Yet the amount of damage and lives that will be lost. I dread the aftermath in all this. It is war, Senator Organa, Ro said sympathetically. Yes. Organa had his head down, eyes glazed. War. We'll make it through this, Padme promised, placing her hand on Bail's shoulder. Giving her a grateful smile, Organa moved to speak with Captain Panika while Padme surveyed the people. There weren't as many people in the Grand Hall, a few aristocrats and Gungans along with other nobles from royal houses. Padme. Chuchi spoke up, gaining her attention. On the way to the Grand Hall, I heard one of the guards speak of an intruder within the palace. What? Padme said sharply in alarm. I believe Captain Panika may have answers, Ro stated, gesturing to said captain who was conversing with Organa. Going over to the both of them, Panika saw Padme and inclined his head respectfully in her direction. Senator. Captain, Rochuchi has just informed of an intruder within the palace, Padme said in a stern tone. Is this true? Panika grimaced but nodded all the same. There was an intruder, yes, though this was minutes before the attack. We were unclear as to who it was as he disappeared before our very eyes upon the attack commencing. What do you mean by disappear? Bail inquired. Like stealth technology? Being able to turn invisible. That's not how I would describe it, Panika said with a furrowed brow and frown. It was more like, is anybody there? Come in, Captain Panika. A voice had suddenly cut in via the comms. The elder security member recognized the voice immediately. Grigor, Panika said in relief. Thank the Force, you're all right. Where are you? How is it in the city? It's chaos out here, uncle, but we're holding out, Grigor answered from his end. I'm traveling with my squad right now with a batch of clones along with a group of civilians including Senator Padme's sister and niece. We're on our way to the palace right now. Upon hearing this, Padme let out a shaky breath of relief, hand place over her heart. Dard is going to happy to hear this. Panika gave her an encouraging smile, returning to speak to Grigor. How far off are you from the palace, Grigor? Not far off, just another few. From the background on Typho's end came the sound of blaster fire. Grigor. Panika yelled out in panic. Incoming tank. Grigor shouted from his end, followed by him crying out in pain, only adding to Panika's fear when an unfamiliar voice was heard. Hold on, Grigor, I got ya. You three, stay with Grigor and the civilians. We'll take care of this. The voice spoke in a commanding tone. Grigor? Grigor. What happened? Is everything alright? Panika tried speaking with his nephew once more. I'm alive, uncle, don't worry, came Grigor's grunting response. Who was that with you? Padme couldn't help but ask. Senator Amidala, Grigor said in relieved tone. Glad to hear you're alive and well. That was Captain Rogers. He and his ally Lieutenant Wilson have been assisting us in getting the civilians and your family to safety. He saved our lives several times already. Those two move like Jedi, Senator. I'll be sure to thank them both when they get here. Padme said. And you as well, Grigor. Just make it here. Consider it done. Grigor's line disconnected, making Padme clench her fists tightly. We should help. Padme said determinedly. Is there anything we can do from here? Anything. We can't do much other than escape should the palace get overrun with enemy forces. Panika said. You know this, Senator. But this isn't the first time we've dealt with something like this. Padme argued back. Yes, but this time we have an army to back us. Panika countered. Please, Senator, just this once, don't be a hero. Padme shot him a deadpan look at the attempted humor by Panika, shooting a slight glare at Organa, who snorted. He has a point, you know. Organa said with a bit of a shrug. You're one to talk. Padme shot back. Guilty. Organa admitted with no guilt whatsoever. Their light-hearted mood was cut short by the palace shaking from the shields taking another bombardment. Back outside within the city, Captain America was running in a wide circle to keep the attention of the droid AAT tank on him as he kept throwing his shield at it, which dented the metal with every throw. The civilians were hidden in a nearby school whilst Cap, Falcon, and the clones dealt with the droid infantry and their tank. They had suffered 2 clone losses, one of them tragically being Pac, yet they fought on. Due to Cap keeping the tank's focus on him, the clones and Falcon were making quick and efficient work on the droids that were with the tank. Cap had made the cannon rotate in a 180-degree fashion, leaving the front exposed. Picking up his speed, Steve ran around the tank up to its front and climbed up to the hatch. Lining himself up with the primary laser cannon, Steve bashed his shield into the base of the cannon several times to leave a sizable dent. Feeling the entrance hatch beneath his feet shudder, Steve maneuvered back and allowed the hatch to open. Hey, what's going on up here? Said the droid piloting the tank, only to get grabbed by Cap and thrown out of the tank. I need a grenade. Cap yelled out to the clones. Thermal detonator, sir, primed and ready. Rook shouted, tossing Cap said detonator into his hand. Without wasting any movement, as soon as the detonator was in his hands, Cap jumped back and threw it into the tank with the sounds of droids panicking within before it exploded. Holy smokes! Jolly remarked. These guys are unreal. Man, am I glad they're on our side. Chalk said reverently. Sam landed beside Cap, examining the decimated tank with a raised brow. That display just now? That was just you showing off. Be it ever so humble. The two shared a short laugh, turning back to the regrouped clones along with the civilians who were filing out from the nearby school. Grigor. Steve addressed the Naboo guard. How much further? We're almost there. Grigor said, being supported by one of his fellow security members clutching his injured side. Incoming! A clone shouted. All heads snapped upwards at a sudden shadow cast overhead. It was a vulture droid falling towards them. Move now! Cap shouted with everyone scrambling as quickly as possible. The vulture droid crashed into the building that was used for cover, rubble and stone flying out everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Steve got back to his feet a second later to take a moment to survey the damage. All around him were people struggling to get back up, now nursing injuries with some not moving at all. Among those were some of the clones and Naboo forces as well as the civilians. Keeping a growl from escaping, Steve moved to assist the people in getting back up, checking them over. Sam thankfully was in the air at the time and was already back on the round helping anyone he can. Some of the clones were also uninjured and were now assisting the 2 Avengers. Several more clones perished though, along with the Naboo security guard, including half a dozen civilians. Steve helped up an old man when his eyes widened in dread, running up to the 2 currently unmoving individuals. Sola! Steve said in fear. Ryo! His heartbeat had increased drastically as he placed his 2 fingers upon Sola's neck and let out a near-exhausted sigh of relief at hearing her pulse. It greatly increased at the sounds of Ryoo moaning beside him and slowly opening her eyes. "Mr. Rogers." Ryoo murmured quietly. "Hey there, little princess," Steve said kindly, using himself as a support stand as she grasped his hands and was helped up. "Mommy. She's fine. Just sleeping is all," Steve reassured, moving over to see if Sola was still unconscious. Seeing a bruise on the side of her head, Cap placed his shield on top of her, scooped her up his arms. "Ryoo," Steve said, remaining crouched down. "Think you can climb up on my back and hang on tight?" Ryoo stared up at Cap and then around her nervously before giving him a firm nod, yet the fear in her eyes remained. "Steve." Sam walked up beside him with Sergeant Buck using his shoulder. "How bad is it, Sam?" Steve asked, feeling Ryoo cling tightly on his back. "4 more of my brothers dead, sir," Buck said bitterly. 8 civvies with them and 3 security forces. "Think we can move?" Steve asked. "We're not that far," Grigor's pained voice said from the side, making them look to the Nabo native who was being supported by his own comrades. "If we move now, we'll be there in a few minutes." "Is everyone ready to move?" Steve asked. "More or less," Grigor stated. "We have no choice really. Then we gotta keep moving." Scene cut. On the east entrance of the Palace of the Eid was a large barricade with clones manning every position available along with the native Nabo guards who were fighting tooth and nail and keeping the droids back. Though the droids had the numbers, the clones and guards had the tenacity, fighting with unmatched vitriol. They had been fighting for some time now, and though the numbers have indeed whittled down to manageable margin, they were still greatly outnumbered. That was until missiles rained down from above, a circular disc flying and cutting its way through the Cis forces along with blaster fire coming from behind. The palace soldiers and clones paused in their momentary fire to see just who it is that came to their support and let out cheers at the sight of other clones and Nabo guards coming to their aid along with 2 other individuals. As soon as the droids were cleared out, rather than entering the palace right away, their reinforcements turned back and ran around the corner they came from. Confusion changed into realization as the palace forces saw the clones and guards guiding and helping many civilians, some of whom were injured, towards the building. Opening up the barricade, clones and guards rushed out to assist their brethren in their task, creating a defensive corridor for the unarmed civilians. Leading the group were 2 humans that distinctly stood out from all others, one helping a clone sergeant while the other had an unconscious woman in his arms and young girl clutching onto his back. Regardless, this was a welcomed sight, with the Nabo guards taking charge in directing the civilians and those who were injured to safety. Things might be looking up for the planet of Nabo. Within the palace, word had reached Padme that Grigor, along with his group of clones, guards, civilians and family, had at last made it to the building. Though they were injured, they were safe, which was all Padme needed to hear. Rushing off with Panika by her side, the senator made her way to the medical wing of the palace. Entering, she was greeted with the less than pleasant sight of clone, guards, and innocent people all strewn about on beds being tended to their wounds. It didn't take long for her in spotting her sister, who had a bandage wrapped around her head with her niece standing right beside her. However, who she did not recognize was the tall individual standing next to little Ryoo, whom she had been holding hands with in a very scared manner. He didn't seem bothered by Ryoo at all, patting her head in a comforting manner before wiping away her tears, muttering something to her which made her niece smile up at him. Behind was another man, also sporting strange clothing and gear, speaking with Grigor Typho and a clone sergeant. "Ryoo!" Padme called out to her, making her little niece turn to her. "Auntie!" Ryoo cried out, dashing into her awaiting arms, hugging her tightly. "I was so worried," Padme said, kissing her temple in a soothing manner. "Mommy's hurt," Ryoo said with tears streaming down from her eyes. "It's okay," Padme said calmly. "Your mother is going to be all right. Are you Senator Amidala?" Looking up, Padme saw that it was the stranger who Ryoo was holding onto before her arrival. She was startled by his sudden appearance, surprised at how much bigger and broader he seemed up close and personal than from afar. "This is my Aunt Padme," Ryoo said happily to him, pulling away to look up to him with a smile. "Good thing then," Steve said kindly, giving her a warm smile of his own. Wouldn't want you running off until your mother woke up. Ryo agreed with a nod until she turned to hug Padme once again, making her aunt giggle at the gesture. Who are you, if I may ask? Padme asked politely, standing up to her full height while picking up Ryo with her. Steve Rogers, ma'am. Steve introduced himself. My associate behind me is my friend and comrade Sam Wilson. They're the reason we made it back alive. Grigor had limped over to the both of them. I thought you were supposed to be recovering, Captain. Steve said, disapproving of Grigor being on his feet. My duty is to check with Senator Amidala first and foremost. Grigor said with a teasing grin. Along with making sure and giving you and your friend Sam most of the credit to so many of us making it here alive. Did Sam tell you to say that? Steve asked knowingly. Didn't need to. Grigor shook his head. Was planning on doing so from the beginning. You protected my people? Padme questioned the good captain, who opened his mouth to speak when another voice cut in. More like saved our asses through the whole trip here. Sergeant Buck called out from his bed, with many of the clones, guards and civilians yelling out in agreement, making Steve shake his head and shoot Sam an amused expression, making the aviator grin and shrug. Thank you. Padme said earnestly. Thank you so much. I may have just met you, but you have my undying gratitude. Think nothing of it, ma'am. Steve said respectfully. Just doing our duty to help. You saved my niece, my sister, my people, and one of my closest friends. Padme listed off, shooting Grigor a smile, turning back to Steve. You can call me Padme, Mr. Rogers. Sam couldn't help but snort, making Steve shoot him a withering look. Hey, it's not the best day in the neighborhood, but you can always make it better. Sam joked. Looking back to Amidala, he saw her befuddled expression, making him chuckle softly. You can just call me Steve, Padme. Scene cut. Once everything was settled and done with down in the medical bay, Cap and Sam were now in the grand hall with other high-ranking officials, politicians and nobles, as they both had been personally brought there by insistence of Padme. They were cordially introduced to many individuals, amongst them being Senators Organa, Chuchi, the Queen, and several others. Senator Amidala. Steve spoke to her after introductions have been made. While it was pleasant in meeting everyone here, there is still a battle going on out there with many innocent lives still in danger. Do you have a plan or any contingencies when it comes to situations like these? Several. Padme answered straight away. There's the swamplands of the Gungan cities we are allied with, but I fear they too may have been attacked by the separatists. Bunkers are all located around the city, though it may prove to be difficult in getting there with the city-wide attack. What about those flyers in the air? Sam had inquired. Since the forces aren't as overwhelming as we thought, the defense fleet above must be holding out strong, though considering how many managed to punch through, I fear how long it can keep up the stalemate. Padme admitted begrudgingly. Aside from the Gungan cities and a few other locations, this is the most secure city on the planet. The palace is at the very least. Then we'll need to get out there, find a way to direct people in this direction, both clones and civilians. Steve said determinedly. Otherwise we're just leaving all those people out there to their deaths. Sam agreed. My oh my, what a pair of truly heroic individuals, said a condescending feminine voice that echoed around the halls, with all going quiet. Many within the halls tensed up at the sound of cackling when from the ceiling above dropped a hooded figure right at the entrance to the chamber. The cloak fell, revealing a lean, fit, ghostly pale and nimble-looking bald woman who eyed Steve and Sam with interest before gazing out at the assembled people within the room. So many Republican supporters all in one room. The pale woman said with malicious glee, her eyes landing on Padme, who had her arm trailing over her blaster. And I can't believe my luck. Senator Amidala. What an honor. She bowed. Dooku and Gunray would prefer speaking with you in person. I know who you are, Padme said, glaring at the pale woman. You're that assassin under Dooku. Ventress. Oh, she even knows me? Ventress said in faux astonishment. Then you should know me properly before I take you and kill your friends. Usage Ventress, at your service. You're not taking her anywhere, Steve said stoically, stepping in front of Padme with Sam by his side. By this point, clones and guards within the room had their weapons leveled at the assassin, making Asaj grin. Boys, let's not do anything drastic," Asaj said lightheartedly when she unleashed some kind of invisible force that knocked away many and made Steve fall to his back, only to instinctively kick back up to his feet whilst Sam responded by taking to the air. Asaj quirked a brow at Falcon and Steve, who remained relatively unaffected by her force push. "She's an enhanced," Sam said, pulling out guns that came from his suit while Cap had his shield in hand. Asaj couldn't help but laugh mockingly, gazing at the two in humor. "Oh, so you two wish to play with me?" Asaj unclipped two curved hilts from her belt and ignited blazing red laser swords. "You know you talk like every generic bad guy we've met," Sam said boredly, dismissing her threat rather casually, which rather irked her. These two clearly did not know with whom they were dealing with, so she decided to show them. But the Force. It spoke to her, warning her to be wary and not to treat these two lightly. Something was off, yet Ventress ignored the Force in favor of attacking her two would-be victims. In a burst of speed, Ventress leaped forward with her sabers raised above her. She first assumed that the man would be thrown off by her speed, only to be surprised by how quickly he responded with a jumping roundhouse kick to her gut, which sent her flying back. Landing her feet, Asaj felt the Force warn her and reflexively shot her lightsabers up to defend herself from the bullets Sam fired at her. What she did not expect, however, was rather than the bullets being deflected like one would usually expect, the bullets melted and a few globs of superheated liquefied metal got on her skin. Hissing in pain, Asaj threw out another force push on Sam, who only flew back with his wings keeping him stable. Looking up to him, Asaj sneered in spite. "Slug throwers? You must come from quite the primitive backwater planet to use those poor toys." "Really? Then why's your face all singed up?" Sam taunted, giving her a wry grin. "I'll show you singed," Asaj snarled with venom. Using the Force to enhance the speed and power of her body, Ventress went on the attack once more, momentarily throwing Steve off balance, but the seasoned soldier recuperated in time. He grabbed one of her wrists while using his shield to jab her other hand, knocking her blade out of it, and the two briefly entered into a power struggle until Steve clenched his teeth and with his enhanced strength threw her into the air and Sam landed a powerful double boot kick to her side. Asaj fell to the ground hard, letting out a cough. "Stay down," Steve warned with the Sam landing beside him. Guns trailed on her. By this point, many of the clones and guards had recovered with their own weapons pointed in her direction. Asaj Ventress could only glare in spite at the shield bearer and flyer. In a short amount of time, the two had absolutely humiliated her with near-practiced ease. Who were these two individuals? And how dare they do such a thing to the apprentice of Count Dooku? Asaj, much as she knew it would be better to flee rather than fight, felt a bubbling anger within her. She wanted to kill these two so badly right now, after publicly showing all those she had been sent to assassinate that she was so easily bested. No, this would not standing. Seething, Asaj called upon the dark side of the Force and unleashed yet another Force shockwave, this one being powerful enough to send the surrounding soldiers back once again, this time knocking out a few. Steve and Sam landed hard on the ground, completely taken off guard by the display of power. Many of the nobles and politicians were also thrown back to the ground. Asaj saw her downed opponents and jumped forth, her weapons ignited once again in a downward killing fashion. Steve raised his shield up in defense, though noticed Sam was still dazed. Ventress had picked up on this and was about to redirect herself onto Wilson when an unseen force struck her right in the jaw. Going bug-eyed by the strike, Asaj was sent careening back and landed hard upon the floor, clutching her jaw. Steve sat up and to his utmost relief saw a very familiar person quite literally grow into full view. "Scott," Steve said, rising to his feet. "Hey Cap." Scott Lang aka the Ant-Man greeted, helmet retracting to reveal a grinning face. "Boy, am I glad to see you guys. You're not the only one, tic-tac." Sam grunted from his position on the ground. Scott and Steve moved to grab both his arms and raised him back up. "Hey Cap, I know this is an awkward and weird time to ask, but who is she? Where are we and where is everyone else?" Scott asked in rapid succession. "We'll focus on that later, Scott," Steve said, eyeing Asaj, who had stumbled back to her own feet. "We've got to deal with her first." "Right, okay, yeah right, that makes sense," Scott said, helmet flipping back on. Falcon's wings sprung out again with his guns back in hand and he hovered above. Usage now knew that she was outmatched and completely outclassed. That new guy displayed a power she had never seen before, and along with the other two's skills she realized it would not be that much of a fight. So she could do the only thing that made sense to her right now. Run away. Deploying a smoke pellet from her belt, Usage ran off from the grand hall, leaving the trio staring at where she once stood. Well, that was anticlimactic. Sam mused, holstering his guns. Kinda scared her off basically. Scott remarked with a shrug. Yeah, Steve murmured, placing his shield on his back. His eyes narrowed at the thought of this Ventress until he felt many, many eyes upon him. Turning back to the assembled crowd, all he saw were wide-eyed, dropped-jaws looks of complete and utter astonishment and awe. Scott and Sam turned to face them, with the former cringing a bit under all the pressure. So Cap. Scott whispered next to him. About earlier. Where are we? Steve only sighed, upon realizing just how much more insane and crazier his life as well as the rest of the Avengers had just become. I don't know, Scott. But I think saying it's a long story isn't even gonna come close to cutting it. So we're not in Kansas anymore then. Already said that, tic-tac, try to keep up. Steve snorted, all the while trailing his gaze over the people who had watched them fight back the assassin without much of a struggle. All the while, his thoughts were on the rest of his team, home, and just what to do next in this situation, remaining none the wiser of the monumental shift he along with his scattered Avengers had just caused by appearing within the galaxy. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 3, Republic to the Rescue. Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Knight of the Ancient Order, stood upon the bridge of his personal ship the Resolute. All around him were clone pilots and troopers going about their own business of maintaining ship functions, communications, as well as making sure to stay on alert for any separatist movements or attacks. It was a stressful job, but such was the life of a Jedi. It was strange to think that more than 10 years ago, Anakin was nothing more than a slave boy on Tatooine who was just a little pod racer to now being a commanding general in the Grand Army of the Republic. At the thought of Tatooine, Anakin envisioned his lost mother and closed his eyes, trying to conceal the pain he still held at losing her. Master. Anakin glanced to his side to see his young Padawan Ahsoka Tano looking up to him in concern. Are you all right? Ahsoka asked. Huh? Yeah, I'm fine. Anakin waved off. Are you sure? Ahsoka pressed on. You got all intense there for a second. Anakin was internally touched by his Padawan's concern for him, playfully shoving her head down slightly before pulling her in for a side hug while giving her a nudgie. Ah, my little Snips has already grown to care for me. Anakin teased. Ugh, Master. Ahsoka whined childishly, attempting to free herself from Anakin's grasp. Let me go. Not unlikely, my young Padawan, for I have the high ground. You only say that because you're taller. I see the two of you are getting along in your usual way of passing time, said an amused sage-like voice from behind. Both Jedi turned to see Skywalker's old master and friend, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Just a friendly little lesson in humility, Anakin said offhandedly, making an over-exaggerated grunt from being elbowed lightly by Ahsoka. Shaking his head at their antics, Obi-Wan gestured for them both to follow. Come on, the others are awaiting the three of us, Obi-Wan said, walking towards the main meeting area of the Resolute with Ahsoka and Anakin in tow. Approaching the holo table, Clone Commander Cody along Clone Captain Rex were awaiting for their 3 Jedi generals and commander. Both wore customized clone trooper armor to distinguish themselves amongst their brothers, with Cody sporting orange markings and armor plating while Rex had blue accents and plated shoulder armor over his right side. They're waiting on us, General. Commander Cody addressed Obi-Wan directly. Then let's not keep them waiting, Obi-Wan said and turned on the holocom link. Many individuals appeared around the table through transmissions. It was a large assembly of both Jedi and their clone commanders that were paired up with them. Jedi Master Plo Koon along with Commander Wulfa were beside Cody and Obi-Wan. Aayla Secura and Commander Bly beside Anakin, Ahsoka, and Rex. And around the table were Mace Windu, Ki-Adi Mundi, Luminara Undulai, Eth Koth and Jedi Grand Master Yoda. With them were also their clone commander and captains Pons, Bakara, Gree, Locke and Thyre. While all were attentive and present within the meeting, Yoda appeared distant as his eyes were faced downward with his expression conveying deep thought. Master Yoda. Mace Windu spoke to the Green Jedi. We are all here. Yoda perked up, noticing the meeting has begun. Apologies, friends. Deep in thought, I am. The Force, a change has occurred. While the Jedi wished to ask just what it was that Yoda detected, they knew that now was not the time for such a thing, with Aayla Secura deciding to begin the meeting. After Skywalker and Tenno's successful mission on Taith and Tatooine, we have established a firm route within Hutt space. Aayla supplied, a map of the galaxy appearing in between the meeting and highlighting the outer rim and Hutt space. We've managed to create several bases along several key access points and strongholds here, here, and here. Commander Bly added on, gesturing to several areas within their newly acquired areas. We've been having to deal with some pirates and other outlaws every now and then. Clone Commander Bakara stated. But that's usually been on the outskirts of Hutt space. What of our own individual missions? Mace Windu inquired to the collective. My fleet has moved in assisting the 224th Legion on Mimban. Ethkoth stated. We'll be scrapping the clankers with the mud jumpers for the time being. Commander Locke stated. Successful I have been, yes. Yoda declared. Negotiated into an alliance with King K2 and his people whom. A strong ally, the Republic has gained. More good news. Anakin said with a smirk of admiration at the Little Master. Dooku and Grievous have been relatively silent however. Luminara mused aloud. After their failure in securing the Hutt's allegiance, my fleet has only picked up on sporadic movements. The same on my end. Plo Koon said. And mine has yielded similar results. Windu said with a frown. The Count awaits for an opportune strike, he does. Yoda said stoically, closing his eyes at the mention of his old student. To throw the Republic off balance, his goal is. Throwing us off balance would be his next play after his recent failures. Obi-Wan said, thinking over what the Sith Lord may attempt next. He's been successful in doing so since the start of the war. It's why we're still stretched so thin even after consolidating our new regiments and legions of troopers. He may go for a more unpredictable target in attack then. Commander Cody surmised, following along with the thought process of his commanding general. So then where would he strike? Mace Windu asked to no one in particular. The assembled Jedi and clones were silent in these regard, all trying to figure out as to what the Count and by extension the Separatists might pull next within this war. It was at this time that Yoda let out a grunt, something several Jedi and the Grand Master's clone commander noticed. What's the matter, General? Thyre asked straight away. Yoda was about to speak when all assembled Jedi either held expressions of shock or let out gasps as they felt a great shockwave within the Force strike them all. Their clone commanders, captains and other nearby troopers from all of their individual ships were all by their side due to the simultaneous similar reactions each one of them had. What was that? Bly asked aloud. Is everyone all right? Cody inquired somewhat panicked, standing closer to Kenobi as he seemed as though he were about to pass out. Commander, can you stand? Rex was crouching next to Ahsoka who had actually fallen to her knees, clutching her head. Anakin was also rubbing his forehead, gritting his teeth to fight off the oncoming headache. By the Force, what was that? Luminara exclaimed somewhat tiredly as she leaned upon Commander Green for support. A great disturbance, no, great change within the Force, something had occurred. Yoda said solemnly with Thyre kneeling down to him in case the Master may have a similar reaction like the other Jedi. That was something else entirely. Mace said, patting a silent appreciative hand upon Pon's arm who had helped in keeping him standing. The Force. Plo was leaning upon the table on his end. It was not a warning. It did not feel like one. What did the Force tell you then? Bly couldn't help but ask as he hovered over Aayla Secura who was recovering now. Cause it looks to me like it hurt all of you more than it gave you a heads up. He got nods and grunts of agreement from the rest of his clone brethren. Appreciate the concern, give us you have. Yoda spoke on behalf of the Jedi. But dwell on such a matter, we must at a later date. Rages on, the war does as we speak. As soon as Yoda finished that statement, Rex had noticed a blinking light upon the table. "Generals, incoming transmission," Rex announced to all present, not waiting for a response as he activated the link. In the center of the table appeared a hollow transmission of Senators Padme Amidala, Bail Organa, and Rochuchi. "Padme," Anakin said in surprise and underlying worry. The look in her eyes and her tense posture. Something was wrong. "Attention all Republic forces within the area, this is an open broadcast message of Senator Padme Amidala. The Separatist forces have launched a full-scale attack upon Naboo and they've been assaulting the planet and the orbital defense fleet. We've been holding out but more Separatist forces have been arriving as the assault went on." Organa then added in his part of the message. "The Republic forces are holding out but if help doesn't arrive soon, Naboo will be overrun and taken by the Separatist army." Rochuchi then added. "There are many civilians, senators, noblemen, and the Queen holed up in the palace with many others still in danger across the capital city. Please, to whoever can help, Naboo needs you." Padme finished, the message ending. Panic exploded from within Anakin whilst the rest of the Jedi were greatly disturbed by the sudden attack upon Naboo. To think the Separatists would strike again so soon after their recent loss. Windu murmured. And to target the Chancellor's and Senator Amidala's home world on top of that. Obi-Wan added, frowning at the prospect. She wasn't alone either. Cody noted aloud. She was with other senators when sending out the distress call. There could be other senators on Naboo as we speak. A literal pen of bantha fodder for the droid army. PLO said grimly. We need to act fast. Anakin declared. Both mine and Obi-Wan's fleet is a jump away from Naboo. My fleet is not that far off neither. Aayla said aloud. As is mine. PLO chimed in. Then go, the four of you all must. Yoda said, not allowing any room for further debate. The Force, answers we all seek begin at Naboo. One step at a time then. Mace said, facing the 5 Jedi Knights and Padawan about to undertake the counter-attack against the Separatist invasion of Naboo. May the Force be with you all. The transmissions all cut off save for PLOs and Aaylas that remained on. There was more to the transmission than just a message, General. Rex said whilst all around them the preparations for hyperspace and battle were being set. They managed to get a gauge of the amount of ships the Separatists. And? Anakin asked. What are we dealing with? Damn near close to an invading force. Rex said, throwing up a display of nearly several dozen Separatist with mix of 3 capital ship star destroyers along with frigates, Lucre Hulk battleships, dreadnoughts, and Gozanti-class cruisers. They've gone in prepared. Obi-Wan noted with utter seriousness. The Naboo defense fleet can only hold out for so long. Cody said militarily. If they've already got forces on the ground then unless we don't hurry, the fleet is going to be completely overrun and destroyed. Then we must make haste. PLO said. Skywalker, Kenobi, the 2 of your fleets are on the northern end of the jump so my fleet shall come in from behind theirs with Aaylas hitting them on the side. A 3-pronged attack then. Anakin nodded. Let's do it. The Jedi sent out commands to all their ships to prep all fighters and gunships for landing and have all crew stand by for battle. Anakin was tense the entire time, thoughts occupied by the safety of his wife. He knew that she was more than capable in handling herself in a life and death scenario as she had already been in more than enough for one lifetime. But still, as a husband it is only natural for him to worry because of course Padme has admitted the same since the start of the war. But right now, he was on his way to save her and he'd be damned if anything stood in his way. However, a thought occurred to him, something that was shared amongst his fellow Jedi next to him were now thinking on as well. Yoda spoke of answers being found on Naboo, or at the very least the start of it. What did that mean? Answers will start to be found upon Naboo. Obi-Wan said aloud, breaking the silence of the Jedi and their clone counterparts that stood with them. You too, huh? Anakin said knowingly. What did Master Yoda mean by that? Ahsoka asked the 2 veteran Jedi. We'll know when we get to Naboo. Obi-Wan said firmly. Or an idea, at the very least. Let's hope so. Anakin said, grimacing slightly. With Naboo and the whole Force seizure, I'd like to know just what's going on. We all do, Anakin. Obi-Wan said, placing a hand upon Anakin's shoulder. "We just need some patience." Anakin rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "By we you really mean me, don't you?" "Well, if you insist." Obi-Wan retorted with a wry grin. Scene cut. Steve Rogers jumped back to dodge the next onset of plasma fire directed towards him, giving his hand a downward motion. Behind him were a unit of clones, amongst them being some of the clones he and Sam had first met when they arrived here. Chalk and Jolly waited patiently for the captain to make his move. Quickly eyeing a balcony on the building to the left of him, Cap calculated the trajectory of his shield, taking note of the nearby pillars of the other building on the right. Turning back to the clones following him, Steve made a series of gestures pointing out the thick pillars on the side with an arch of his free arm and held up 3 fingers, signaling a countdown. The clones all nodded, tensing up as they prepared for Cap's move. Counting down the digits, upon clenching his hand into a fist, Steve rolled out from cover and threw his shield at the balcony. This move startled some of the droids as they had expected to have been hit, yet they remained unscathed. That changed the second the clones rushed out from cover, taking to the pillars nearby as cover while firing at the droids. Cap's shield in the meantime bounced off the balcony he threw it at and proceeded to cleave through a line of droids. Hitting the ground, it angled upwards through more droids before sliding back into the waiting arm of its owner, who then proceeded to bash a super battle droid into a wall. The droid shattered upon impact while Steve continued in decimating the droid squadron that the clones aided him in destroying. "This is Steve Rogers." Cap spoke into a new set of comms directly linked to the palace. "Sector 284 is secure. We're done on our end here, Cap." Falcon chimed in, who had gone off with Scott and a number of clones to fight off their own battalion of battle droids. "Still can't believe we're not on Earth anymore," Scott murmured through the comms, making Sam snort in amusement. "You can go into some kind subatomic universe, but this here freaks you out." Sam of course was hiding his own shock, as he himself was still in a bit of disbelief. They all were, for that matter. However, that's not what currently occupied the mind of the leader of the Avengers. Steve had been eyeing Senator Padme for several moments now, trying to put a name on her face other than Padme Amidala. He had seen that face somewhere before, but he just couldn't figure out where at the moment. Shaking his head, Steve decided now wasn't the best time to dwell on names and focus on the here and now. After driving off that would-be assassin named Ventress, Scott had a blaster pointed at him momentarily, courtesy of Captain Panica. Apparently, Scott had inadvertently stirred up some commotion in the palace, as that was apparently where he was found. Of course, after discovering that Scott's mouth got him in trouble by accident, along with Panica's own intimidating questioning of how Ant-Man had gotten into the palace, led them to a small confrontation. Thankfully, Senator Amidala and Organa had calmed Panica down, simply stating that if Scott was with the 2 men who had saved Padme's sister and niece and his nephew, then he is to be trusted. Soon after, Steve had spoken to the Queen and the assembled senators and noblemen on the state of the and the attacking droid army. Though the fighting was scattered, more droid forces were entering both the city and the planet by the second, while they idly sat to the side and waited for the Republic for aid. Picking up on Cap's thought process, Padme had agreed in sending him out there and backing the city up and getting the civilians to safe zones, as that was a greater priority in mind than simply sitting on their bums and doing nothing. When the clones that had traveled with Cap and Falcon caught wind of the 2 going back out there to fight against the droids, they rushed in to help, eager to get back in the fight and drive the droids off. Steve of course was appreciative of them volunteering, but made it important that their mission was to primarily get the civilians to safety. Along with several Naboo guards, Steve had led a string of successful skirmishes against the droid army within the city, creating a strong line of defenses that kept expanding with every victory. Thanks to the participation of the trio of heroes, they had managed to keep casualties to a bare minimum, though they were beginning to pile up. They had received news of Republic force en route to Naboo, but they would have to wait for the time being and hold out just a little while longer. During that time, Steve, Sam, and Scott had continually amazed the people of Naboo, the soldiers and the other senators and royal individuals with their skills and aptitude for combat. Steve and Sam had a particular set of fans in the form of the clone troopers, who found themselves easily swaying into their command and rallying to their side at a moment's notice. Scott of course was a particular oddity for many, including some of the off-worlders, as they had seen many strange and unusual things even by Jedi standards, yet Scott's powers were something that they barely comprehend. Regardless, Ant-Man's reputation was held in the same light as Cap's and Falcon's due to his contributions in repelling the droid army. "Sir." Steve blinked and saw that it was Chalk speaking to him. "Are you all right, Captain? You looked like you were out of it." "Just a lot on my mind right now, Chalk," Steve assured. "What's the sitrep on the state of the city?" "We're pushing back the Separatist army street by street," Chalk said, holding up a disc-like contraption that brought forth a holographic projection of the ED. "Thanks to your strategy, sir, we've established the defenses both on the ground and our anti-aircraft guns. And the civilian population? All accounted for, sir," Chalk said. "We've gotten word from the Gungan cities that they have taken in a considerable sum of people for safety and the rest are all here in the palace and other safe bunkers." "Good to know," Steve said, patting Chalk on the shoulder. "Well done, trooper. Take 5, all of you." "Take 5, sir?" Jolly asked. Steve stared at the clones until blinking in realization. "Oh right. That's a saying on my home planet. It means take a moment to rest. You'll need it." "Appreciated, sir," Chalk said, turning back to give the go-ahead for the rest of clones to take a break. Steve held a slight reminiscent smile at the sight of the clones all bantering and japping with one another. "God's righteous man." Roger's head snapped around behind him with a sharp intake of breath. His eyes darted about everywhere, trying to find the source of the voice. Hand placed over his beating heart, Steve steadied his breath with a clear face of bewildered fear. That voice was too familiar and too personal. He rubbed his forehead to soothe an oncoming headache, mind returning to his current predicament. Steve along with Sam and Scott were on an alien world in the middle of a war that they had no idea as to how and why it started. The rest of the Avengers were God knows where and now they had thrown themselves into conflict. Granted, the sight of seeing innocent men, women, and children being harassed by droids certainly was more than enough of a motivation to get into the fight. But this was not their fight in the end. Cap honestly wasn't sure what to do at this very moment. Aside from finding the others, he was at a loss on what to do here. This was uncharted territory and he certainly wasn't sure of how to get into contact with Thor as he's the only extraterrestrial who truly knows the machinations of space travel. Or at least his version of it. However, Thor was out of reach as were the other Avengers back on Earth along with Fury and his contacts. They were stuck here on this planet, which means they'd have to figure out their own way of finding the others and making it back home. Without even realizing, Steve had undertaken a massive task beyond his understanding, yet he internally decided to run straight forward towards this challenge. In the background, some of the clones were looking over their equipment with their helmets off and a few chewing on some rations. "Man, I never would have thought the Seps would have the nerve to attack Naboo of all places." A clone trooper with tattoos of curved horns on both sides of his neck. "This is a Republic stronghold. Hell, ain't it the Chancellor's home world?" "That's what Sergeant Buck said, Ram," Jolly noted, wiping away some grime from his helmet. "Right after we met Captain Rogers there and Lieutenant Wilson." "So who are they then?" Another clone, this one more in line with the default look of a clone. "Not sure really," Chalk murmured, rubbing his chin. "We kinda met them at where we were stationed. They just appeared out of nowhere when I really think about it." "So do you think they could be Separatist spies?" Ram asked, side-eyeing Captain Rogers who had his back facing them. "Not likely." Jolly waved off immediately. "If it weren't for him and his 2 comrades we'd be all dead." "Yeah, but what about that flying guy using slug throwers?" Another clone questioned. "Those things haven't been used in, well, thousands of years. They aren't that effective." Chalk mused. "But Lieutenant Wilson is a damn good fighter, so that's all that matters right now. He's used to this, isn't he?" Another clone whispered, this one still wearing his helmet with thunderbolts on both sides of his helm. "Huh?" Jolly said. "What do you mean?" "He's been through war before," the clone went on. "He is a captain, Bolt," Chalk said. "Don't think he got that rank by just loafing around like the Republic was prior to the war. This is Admiral Shatta of the Naboo fleet." The sudden scream of the Admiral through the comms startled the entire group of clones, with many jolting up to their feet. "The Separatist fleet is punching through," the Admiral shouted frantically, explosions going off in the background. More ships jumping out from hyperspace caves. Steve had been staring up into the sky, saw a large foreboding ship makes its descent down towards the planet's surface. "We need to move now," Steve said seriously. "Get a call out to all troopers and have them fall back to the palace. We're gonna be sitting ducks if we stay here." "Copy that," Chalk said, placing his helmet back on and turning on the open channel to all Republic forces. "This Corporal Chalk of Jackknife Squadron, all Republic forces are to retreat back to the Grand Palace and regroup for the oncoming Separatist fleet. Repeat, all Republic forces fall back and regroup at the Grand Palace." As soon as Chalk finished relaying the message, explosions went off around them, Vulture and Hyena droids zooming past overhead. "Move, now!" Steve barked out, with all clones now going into a full sprint back to the palace. All around them the droid fighters were dropping bombs while Republic flyers did everything within their power hold them back. It was a combined effort of both the anti-aircraft guns and the Republic fighters in staving off as much Separatist air power as they could. The droids seemed more coordinated this time around, as they had specifically targeted the anti-aircraft guns. Whilst the fighters did their damnedest in fending off the droid fighters, Steve Rogers ran with the clone unit that he had been fighting with, making sure to hold himself back as to not get ahead of them. A large explosion went off behind him, with the sounds of pained shouts following after. Turning back, Cap saw several clones were now on the ground, with a few being motionless. Rushing over to them, Steve along with the still standing clones checked over the fallen, with enemy fire going off around them. He checked the pulse of two, gritting his teeth at getting no responses from them before going over to others. Some were already being helped to their feet while one other was still unmoving. "Chalk." Jolly was hovering over him when he glanced up to see Steve approaching. "He's alive, sir," Jolly reported grimly. "But he's unconscious." Boom. Steve saw the shadows of falling rubble and instinctively stood over Jolly and Chalk with his shield raised and body tensed up. "Get your head down," Steve yelled in time as large rocks and rubble began falling atop them, with Cap's shield managing to take the brunt of the falling debris and successfully protect the two clones. Once the miniature avalanche of rubble subsided, Steve gestured Jolly to move aside and in one quick motion heft Chalk up and over onto his shoulders. Jolly could only balk slightly at the great display of strength. "How are we doing, troopers?" Steve asked aloud to the rest of the clones. "We can move, sir," Ram spoke up, holding Bolt's arm around his shoulder. "Unconscious and wounded up front and move fast," Steve ordered. "I'll cover the rear. Then I'll back you up," Jolly stated firmly. Steve only nodded in appreciation. The group of soldiers began running at a more rapid pace, even though half of them were now injured. The raging aerial battle above went on all the while, the battle becoming much fiercer by the second. Captain America kept running with the palace in the distance. "Hey Cap." Up above, Falcon descended down with the clone unit he had been traveling with coming around the corner. Ear twitching, Steve looked over and squinted at small movement barely noticeable to most eyes. "Scott." "I'm here, Cap." Scott's voice chimed in through the comms. "We're getting hammered all around us, Cap. What do we do?" "Get back to the palace first," Steve said. "It's still our best line of defense right now." "Are you sure?" "Positive." The sounds of other running footsteps were heard, and they were joined by more retreating clone troopers that had gotten the message of retreat. "Double time it, everyone," Steve said aloud. "Move it now, we're in the home stretch." Above Naboo, Separatist ships were engaged in a heated and violent battle against their Republic counterparts, each side fighting tooth and nail against one another. Both had displayed exceptional brutality against each other, and neither showed signs of relenting. Though the Separatists had called in reinforcements, they still had to fight with a great ferocity, as the Republic defenses had not shown any signs of bending to their onslaught, and each ship that bypassed the blockade was at a cost. Observing all of this was Darth Tyrannus, otherwise known as Count Dooku, the leader of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. He watched the naval engagement with an analytical frown, taking into account the mounting losses both sides were suffering from. But taking Naboo was not the only reason as to this attack. "Are you sure this is wise, Master?" "Very, Tyrannus." The holographic projection of his master, Darth Sidious, spoke with his sinister presence. This attack will continue to display a great deal of the Republic and the Jedi's incompetence in dealing with the Separatist army, as well as help in furthering our plans. Be that as it may, I feel Dr. Vindy's work to be irrelevant with what we're doing as of this moment. Is it due to the disturbance in the Force, my apprentice? Sidious inquired, hooded face turning to him. Dooku only remained facing forward, face impassive and eyes narrowed. It had only been a few hours ago, but that literal Force shockwave had remained present on his mind for some time now. That was unlike anything he had ever felt before, and had never been as truly troubled as he was in the Force as he had been at that very moment in time. Before he could even consider contacting his master, Sidious had beaten him to it. While he had displayed his typical calm, imposing aura, it was easy for Dooku to pick up on his master's own state of mind. "Yes, my master," Dooku confirmed for the Dark Lord. The Force had never sent out such a warning like that. "It was more than a warning, my apprentice," Sidious said, face looking down to his native planet below. "There is a great change that is beyond either of our control, as well as the Jedi's coming to this galaxy. We must consider all our options, perhaps even hastening our own plans." Dooku's response was unable to come as an incoming call from the surface appeared before him. Sharing a momentary look with his master, before he could speak, his own apprentice Asajj Ventress appeared in front of him, looking worn out with singed spots all over her clothes and skin. "Master," Asajj spoke in a slightly strained voice, noticing Sidious beside Dooku. "Lord Sidious, what has happened to you, my apprentice?" Dooku asked, troubled at seeing his trained assassin in such a state with the battle only in its early stages. "I encountered someone down on Naboo," Asajj said, using something in her area as a means to rest. "Or rather, I encountered 3 individuals down in the palace that defeated me with skills and powers I had never seen before." Both Sidious and Dooku shared a skeptical look. "What do you mean, Ventress?" Dooku asked in seriousness. "Explain yourself." "I think it would be better if I showed you," Asajj said, turning to her side and speaking with a droid-off transmission. "Play what you managed to recover from the palace's security recordings." "Roger, Roger." Before long, a video playback was given depicting what had been retrieved. And suffice to say, both Sith Lords had varied responses on what they were seeing. The one flying didn't seem all that special at first, given most people being able to do such things with jetpacks. Yet he displayed a certain aptitude and naturalistic ability with those overly enlarged wings that certainly showed his own talent for combat. Then there was the shield bearer, and he had moved and fought with exceptional skill that clearly outclassed Asajj. His movements in a fight and fluidity in going from throwing his shield, fighting hand to hand, and casually catching his shield and going back to fighting with it in hand was seamless. Practically moves that were much like that of a Force user, given certain adjustments. However, the one that oddly stood out the most was a man that literally grew from a small size from seemingly nowhere and knocking Asajj back with utmost ease. These 3 men had beaten back Asajj within a matter of seconds, showing that they were a cut above the usual kinds of combatants the assassin had faced. Sidious was stroking his chin now in thought, while Dooku only gave the playback a hard stare as it was paused on the 3 men standing tall against his apprentice. "Sir." Dooku blinked and looked to a red-accented droid turning his head to him. "What is it?" "Republic forces are coming out of hyperspace." Dooku sharply looked up in time to see the arrival of a dozen more Republic Venator warships appear out in hyperspace with more warning signs blaring all around him. "Sir." The same red-tinted droid spoke. "Multiple Republic forces coming from the rear and the west side. We're getting surrounded." Scowling now, Dooku began barking out orders. "Form up our defenses. Concentrate your fire upon the weakest fleet and punch a hole. We must retreat." "But sir, a capital ship is now planet-side with orders to take the Palace of Theed," the red droid stated. "Leave it to its fate," Sidious stated, leaving no room for argument. "It no longer serves a purpose." "Roger, Roger," the droid said. Dooku in turn instructed his apprentice. "Get off the planet by any means necessary, my apprentice. We must reconsider our next set of plans." "At once, my master." Ventress said with a bow of her head before ending the holo transmission. This changes things. Sidious remarked, looking to Tyrannus. Do you believe those 3 men on Nebo to be the source of the reverberation in the Force? Dooku asked. They may hold the cause to it. Sidious mused. The Jedi have sensed the same thing, of that I am sure. Then what shall we do, Master? We must discover if there are more like these men. Master. Just leave the system and await for further instructions. Dooku wished to ask more but knew now was not the time for such a thing. With a bow, Dooku acquiesced to Sidious's orders and began to move his ship and fleet toward the rear. He now faced Jedi Master and General Plo Koon and his 104th Clone Battalion. All the while, Anakin Skywalker along with his former master and his apprentice had arrived on the scene with Sakura and Koon, immediately engaging the enemy forces. That's Count Dooku's ship. Obi-Wan had instantly picked up on the presence of the former Jedi turned Sith. What do we do then? Ahsoka had asked. Anakin opened his mouth to respond when he received an incoming call from the other 2 Jedi generals. Aayla, Plo. Anakin greeted on his wrist-mounted COMM. Glad you guys are as punctual as we are. If only we had time for pleasantries. Plo stated. We need to get down to the planet's surface now. I had just received information that a separatist capital ship is hovering over the city of Theed. If we do not move fast, the city and all its inhabitants will be leveled to the ground. Aayla said on her end. She was already moving with her commander, Bly, down to the hangar bay. Skywalker, you, Kenobi, Ahsoka and Aayla head down to Nebo now. Plo instructed. I shall deal with Dooku and separatist fleet up here. Said Jedi nodded in response before making their way to their transports. Rex. Anakin switched channels. Are all units prepared and waiting? Down in the Resolute's hangar was Captain Rex with the 501st Legion and Commander Cody with the 212th Corps. We're ready and waiting, General Skywalker. Rex responded, seeing the last of the AT-TEs get hooked up to dropships. See you in a second then, Rex. Back on Nebo. Padme Amidala was on the front lines of the defense of the palace, making sure everything was going well with citizens getting inside. Many were coming in droves, either in one piece or herd along the way. The separatist droid army was now sending in wave after wave of clankers with many landing just outside the range of Theed's remaining defensive AA guns. Clones were essentially set up in suicidal positions as they provided cover for the civilians still entering the palace. Originally, the defensive line was a wide berth of nearly 5 blocks with military forces standing over the civilian safe zones. Upon the droid army breaking through and sending a capital ship down to Theed, that all changed into a mad-dash scramble to get all to the palace. There were some bunkers of civvies and clone troopers on the outskirts of the city, but they were instructed to hide out, then risking the lives of the people. The ones that hadn't gotten the order to lay in wait were instead told to get to the palace and within range of its defensive guns, as most around the city had been neutralized. Their air power had also been all but taken out, with only LAAT gunships available, with many considering using them as ways of evacuating the civilians. Easier said than done. Padme shot down a couple more droids when the growing familiar sight of a red, white, silver relay, and blue shield ripped through the robotic soldiers, bouncing around the battlefield until returning to its owner, Captain Steve Rogers. Giving the good captain a nod of thanks, Padme resumed in her firing at the battle droids while Steve rushed in to fight them off barehanded, which amazingly proved to be quite effective. Above him, Lieutenant Sam Wilson the Falcon flew at top speeds, weaving through the enemy fire and providing support overhead thanks to thermal detonators he had snagged up and his own pair of DC-17 blasters. As for Scott. This is... Pow. Not exactly. Crack. What I had in mind, whoa. When I joined the team. Upon an occasional random droid, body parts were smashed left and right. Whole ones were even flung all over the place, with the neighboring ones being outright confused with what was happening. The way their fellow droids were being destroyed made a few of the B-ones panic a bit, as the unseen force just smashed them apart with no rhyme or reason. As much as the 3 newcomers had provided a great boost in holding back the Siths, Padme knew that it would only be a matter of time until the palace defenses would be overrun. The senator could only pray that the Republic would get here in time and alleviate her home planet of an enemy it had once been subjugated under a decade ago. With a renewed fire in her eyes, Padme went on a greater offensive, pocketing her personalized weapon and grabbed a DC-155 carbine and blasted away at the droids at a more rapid pace. She didn't need to look to her side to know that clone troopers and Naboo guards had moved to back her up as she saw more blue and green blaster bolts fire off behind her at the droids. Steve Rogers in the meantime stood in front of a now injured Pac who was being helped by his comrades Jolly and Rook back behind defensive lines. His shield had proven to be effective again in deflecting the blaster bolts, managing to send a few back at the shooters. Falcon saw his friend in trouble, moving to assist him. "Cap, we can do this all day, but unless this Republic isn't gonna come soon, we're all just holding back the inevitable." "I know, Sam," Steve said in frustration, lashing out to grab a B-1 by its scrawny neck and throwing it at another few B-1s. "But right now, all we can do is keep fighting." "Incoming tanks!" a random clone shouted. A line of AAT tanks were now seen coming right towards them. Several were immediately destroyed by detonators and rocket launchers, but the rest began firing back, devastating the clone's defensive line. Falcon dived down to one of the tanks, priming some detonators and throwing them down the primary cannon. Kaboom! Padme and Steve were now fighting alongside each other with Sergeant Buck and Rook when an AAT targeted them in mind. "Fire at the senator!" the nasally voice of the droid commanding the tank ordered. "Get back!" Steve roared, jumping forward to protect Padme. Suddenly, Ant-Man grew to full size in front of them and chucked a tiny disc at the tank. VVVRRMM. Wah, where'd it go? Holy crap, I can't believe that worked. Scott Lang exclaimed in awe. That actually worked. What the hell was that? Sergeant Buck yelled in bug-eyed disbelief. Walking forward, Ant-Man bent down and picked up a small-sized tank which rested at the palm of his hand. "Oh, I just shrunk it down. Just shrunk it down," was the collective response of the clone troopers and even Senator Amidala. Steve on the other hand chortled at their responses when he noticed that the shooting had stopped around their area. There was still a firefight over on the other side, but it appears that both sides within this vicinity were momentarily stunned into pause as to find a way to process what they had just seen. "Did you know they could do that?" a clone asked Sergeant Buck, who only shook his head in silent shock. Scott all the while was observing his new little tank and the tiny B-1 battle droids that had jumped off his hand in an attempt to flee their new giant overlord. It was then that he got an idea. "Oh, hey," Scott said to a nearby trooper. "Can I borrow a grenade?" Without getting a response, Ant-Man snagged the explosive and tossed it to Cap. "Hey Cap. Aim for this disc I have in my hand." "Why dash? Trust me, it'll be good." Choosing to follow his fellow Avengers' order, he reared his arm back before throwing it once Scott tossed the small disc rather high. The two objects soon made contact before. VVVRRMM. UMM. Roger, Roger, was the meek final words of one B-1 battle droid at the sight of a now gigantic thermal detonator. Kaboom! The explosion rocked the whole area and utterly devastated the battalion of battle droids Steve, Scott, and Padme were fighting. Aside from a large portion of the tanks destroyed, almost all there was quite the massive hole made in the middle of the clearing leading up to the Capitol Palace. I. Padme tried saying with a twitch of her widened eyes. "I don't." "Senator." Steve's firm voice cut through her stuttering, making her look to see a rather amused Captain Rogers. "I think it's best for you not to dwell on it. Otherwise, you'll be here all day." Padme blinked, trying her best to school her features, yet her mouth opened and closed several times until she finally stammered out. "Why yes, of course yes, let's not dwell on it." "LAAT gunships!" Rook abruptly shouted, pointing above. "It's the Republic." "Oh, thank the Force." Padme breathed out. Looking back up, she looked at the clone troopers. "Don't relax too soon. Naboo's citizens still need to be brought to safety." "She's right," Steve said in agreement. "We can't let up now. Even with reinforcements here, we might get overwhelmed and defeated without them getting here in time." The defense of the palace commenced once more, A renewed offensive defense on the droid army. LAAT gunships plowed through the fighters of the CIS, going down directly to the palace while others engaged in taking on the Separatists' air forces. 2 gunships dropped off 2 at Tez whilst the rest deployed reinforcements in the form of the 501st, 212th, and 327th, all being led by Jedi. Many clones yelled out with glee and relief. And leading at the vanguard, heading straight towards the palace, was Jedi Master Obi-Wan, Jedi Knight Anakin and his Padawan, Ahsoka. "Looks like we got dropped right into the fire," Ahsoka commented, deflecting blaster bolts left and right. "Just the way you like it, Master. You know me oh so well, my young Padawan," Anakin said whimsically, moving to slash apart a few droids close by to him. "Don't get too excited, Anakin," Obi-Wan jokingly chided. Right behind the 3 Jedi were Captain Rex and Commander Cody, blasting away at the Separatist droid, leading their men by example. Rex saw a droid aim at Anakin and wordlessly shot him down without any prompt. Skywalker saw this at the last second and looked back to give his captain a grin of appreciation, which Rex nodded in return. "Palace is just ahead, Masters," Ahsoka said to Anakin, who schooled his expression, leading his men and Padawan forward. Coming closer and closer, the group soon stopped when seeing not only the destruction near the palace but also... Whoa! What caused this hole? Your guess is as good as mine, Rex. Anakin. Skywalker snapped his head at the source, smiling when seeing his secret wife coming towards him. As she got close, he quickly buried the urge to embrace her. "Padme," he happily said. "Glad to see you are all right." "I should be the one saying that," Padme said, looking to him and then Kenobi and Tenno beside her secret husband. "You don't know how much it means to me you all came to my home planet's rescue." "Senator." Padme turned around, and it was now that the trio of Jedi and their clones laid their eyes upon a very strangely garbed man jogging up to her with a perfect circular shield in hand. "Captain Rogers." Padme nodded her head, turning back to the Jedi and clones. "Everyone, I'd like to quickly introduce you to Captain Steve Rogers. Him and his men have been aiding the people here and protecting all of us." "Really now?" Kenobi said with intrigue, taking a moment to analyze this Steve Rogers. "Hey, Cap." All heads then turned up, with those unfamiliar either blinking or tilting their heads at the sight of a man sporting metal wings fly down to them. Landing beside Cap, the flying man spoke with him. "Those new gunships tore through the droid forces. They're in disarray." "Glad to know that," Steve said, looking to the Jedi and clones. "Much as I'd like to get to know you, we still got a battle to win." "Agreed," Anakin and Obi-Wan said at the same time. The odd collection of 2 Avengers, a Senator, 3 Jedi, and their clone units moved to engage the remaining droids' forces still in the area. "Say, what caused that hole back there?" Ahsoka innocently asked, voicing the same thought as the newcomers. "Oh, you can blame Scott for that," Sam answered. "Who?" "Tic-tac. Tic-tac. Over there." Sam pointed over to a group of droids marching towards them. "The Ant-Man." "I don't dash." Ahsoka quickly shut up when seeing a man wearing an unusual suit appear from nowhere, only shrink down and disappear from sight. "What?" Droids suddenly began to jerk about violently, being hit by an invisible when the Ant-Man grew in the center of the droids, greatly startling them. Grabbing a droid by its arm, Ant-Man moved in for a hip toss and shrunk down in the process. It added more momentum and power to the throw, which flung the poor droid forward, all the while having its arm torn off. He then batted several droids left and right with the severed limb before disappearing once more. Ahsoka and even Rex, Cody, and the clones were all staring at what they had just seen, trying to make sense of it all. "Is that what my face looked like?" Padme whispered/asked Rogers, who shrugged. "Pretty much the same. Except they didn't see the explosion." Noted. Skywalker, Kenobi. A female voice cut through the battle, and both Jedi saw it was Aayla Secura cutting a swath through the droid forces over to them, being backed up by Commander Bly and the 327th Corps. Steve had also taken a moment to see who it was coming towards them and couldn't help but find the alien girl really. "That's a lot of blue," Steve murmured to himself. "Nice of you to join us, Aayla," Anakin joked, lightsaber deflecting more blaster bolts. Apologies. We had to take a detour. Bly couldn't help it. Aola teased. He just loved the scenic route. The architecture is surprisingly sound. Bly couldn't help but go along with his general's joke. The Jedi and clones were now fighting in complete unison, completely decimating the Cis army. Arkwings, Z-95S, and LAAT gunships were beginning to turn the tide up in the air whilst several Venator-class Star Destroyers and Acclamator-class assault ships moved to engage the Separatist capital ship over the Ed. Back down below, the trio of Avengers helped with the newly arrived Republic forces in completely wiping out the remaining droid forces who were now in full retreat. Cap was fighting alongside Aola Secura, Commander Bly, and Ahsoka Tano taking down a squadron of super battle droids. We're pushing them back, General. Bly said to Secura. Good. Aola said with determination in her eyes. Grenades. A clone shouted with several primed detonators in the air sailing towards them. Before any could respond with evasive maneuvers or the Force, a blue blur of sorts shot forward and caught the grenades with his shield and slammed them to the ground. The grenades exploded with the slight amount of force nudging Cap up a bit but leaving him and the surrounding troopers and Jedi unharmed. Whoa! Bly whispered a sentiment shared by all, including Tano and Secura. Thank you. Aola said sincerely. The battle went on for an undetermined period of time but by this point, it was nearing sunrise. Some who had been battling for so long hadn't realized that a near entire day had gone by with the brief invasion of Naboo. Republic forces came down in droves with food and medical supplies along with many other resources in assisting the Republic-allied world. All the while, the Jedi, their clone counterparts, the senators, and Queen were all in the meeting hall of the Grand Palace. It was a circular room with a circular hollow table. Right now, all aforementioned parties and individuals stood around the table with everyone's eyes on three people specifically. You have our eternal thanks and gratitude in assisting Naboo in its time of need and fighting back against the Separatist army. Obi-Wan Kenobi spoke for the assembled Republic Party. I can't express to the three of you what this means to the people of Naboo. Padme said earnestly. Well. Scott said coyly only to get silenced by Sam nudging him. With that being said, Anakin went on. I think the main question on everyone's mind right now is, well, just who are you people? Obi-Wan ran his hand down his face, slightly cringing. As much as my friend here lacks his tact, I do find myself agreeing with him. Steve, Sam, and Scott exchanged glances silently speaking with one another. That's a bit of a long story. Sam stated. And to be honest, we've got some questions of our own. Steve said. We threw ourselves into a war we know nothing about honestly. Then why did you fight? Aola couldn't help but ask. We couldn't let innocent civilians die in a battle they have nothing to do with. Steve said in total seriousness. The Jedi, clones and senators couldn't help but balk at the declaration in slight awe and admiration. Perhaps then. Obi-Wan spoke up after several seconds of silence. We could help one another then. How so? Exchange of information. Obi-Wan said. We tell you what you want and need to know and you tell us exactly who you are. We can even tell you about the war and everything in between. Anakin added. You've earned that much after helping out while going in blind. And if you need any assistance, feel free to ask. The Queen of Naboo stated. You have all been champions in protecting my people, it's the least I can do. Seeing that they at least had options now, Steve stepped forth. So, what would you like to know? Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 4, how do we explain this? To say that Steve Rogers would have a grasp as to where they were going and what they were doing would be a straight lie. He, Sam Wilson and Scott Lang sat within the personal quarters of one Anakin Skywalker aboard the man's personal Venator Star Destroyer named the Resolute. And apparently they were on their way right now to another planet called Coruscant, the heart and capital world of the Republic. After brief introductions were made back on Naboo, the Avengers stated that they were from another planet called Earth and made it clear to the Jedi, clones and senators that they unfamiliar with space travel, the galaxy, and its current state of affairs. The conversation was short though it was clear that it would achieve nothing. Aola Secura then suggested it would be better if they all returned to Coruscant. Seeing merit in the idea as well as a chance to get the senators back to a more secure and safer world, the Jedi had agreed, and now here they were. They had been relatively silent, keeping their thoughts to themselves, though certain signs of nervousness and wariness were easy to pick up on. Scott's jittery shaking of his legs while Sam had taken to assessing his suit's functions in order to make sure they were working at peak efficiency. Steve in turn had taken to pulling out a small little notebook with a pencil clipped to it and began sketching whatever came to mind. Beginning a rough sketch of a body, he was interrupted from the process suddenly when doors to the room opened. In walked in that young alien girl, Ahsoka Tano. All three silently regarded her, waiting for her to say something, which actually made the young Padawan slightly uncomfortable at receiving such intense stares. She nervously massaged her wrist. "We're exiting hyperspace and arriving at Coruscant in a bit. Do you wanna come see?" Steve and Sam exchanged a glance, with the latter shrugging, conveying a silent expression of, "We've got nothing better to do." Getting up to follow Ahsoka, the group walked past many clones, all going about their duties and business. They received passing glances at most, with a few lingering on them. Some couldn't help but comment. "Is that them?" "Yeah, those three who fought off the clankers on Naboo. I saw some holo recordings. They're crazy. Wish I was down there to see it. Looks like you guys are already famous." Ahsoka couldn't help but comment, making Steve shrug. "Didn't mean to be," Steve remarked. "You guys helped save a lot of lives on Naboo," Ahsoka said, suddenly growing more serious with a show of admiration. "Senators Amidala and Organa spoke of how many clones and civilians survived thanks to your efforts. It's not like we were just gonna stand by and let people get bombed like that," Sam said good-naturedly. "It was a festival after all, from what we saw." You guys were at a festival?" Scott slightly whined out. "I got mistaken for an intruder at the palace. Wouldn't be the first time now, would it?" Sam jabbed, making Scott laugh in a strained manner while Steve only let out a humph of amusement. Ahsoka gazed back at them curiously before looking forward once more just as they entered the bridge of the ship. There she saw her master, Rex, Obi-Wan, Cody, Ayla, Bly, and Senators Amidala and Organa all standing around the holotable in deep conversation when they noticed their arrival. "Ahsoka!" Anakin greeted his Padawan before eyeing the three men behind her. "Ah, the conquering heroes," Obi-Wan said, nodding to the Avengers. "I hope you are all faring well enough," Padme said. "As well as we can be," Steve admitted honestly. "Is this truly the first time any of you had ever left your home world?" Ayla couldn't help but ask suddenly, truly finding this rather fascinating. "Aside from Thor, none of us back on our planet had ever gone into space," Steve explained. "We were always kind of aware of life beyond our world, but never thought we'd be going up here anytime soon," Sam stated. "That's rather strange," Obi-Wan mused. "You mentioned this Thor individual is the only one amongst you who can achieve space travel. Not in the way you guys are used to," Steve said. "What does that mean?" Ahsoka asked. "That's a bit difficult to explain properly," Sam said truthfully. "Mostly cause we ourselves don't really understand how it functions," Steve added on. A momentary awkward silence permeated between them all until, Scott then chimed in. "What's this croissant place we're going to right now?" "Croissant," Rex murmured, looking to his clone brethren who only shrugged in response. "Coruscant," Ayla corrected. "It is the heart and core world of the Republic and the Jedi Order. The center point of galactic civilization, one could say." "What's it like?" Sam asked. He got a response in the form of a clone pilot notifying them all. "Exiting hyperspace, generals." "Well, how about you see it first?" Ahsoka said mischievously, nudging the ex-criminal. Soon enough, the blue tunnel that was faster than light travel ended abruptly as a planet with many ships surrounding it quite literally stretched into full view. All three Earthers blinked at the effect with their eyes widening. "This is Coruscant," Obi-Wan said. "The entire planet is one large encompassing city connected by many means with many levels across the entire planet." "Unreal," Scott blurted out, jaw dropping slightly as the Venator went past the defense fleet of the planet and down to the surface. Soon, the city became more distinct and clear along with the many flying vehicle, tall skyscrapers, and gigantic landmarks that could be seen in any and all directions. All around them were ships whizzing by, and if one looked closely enough, the dozens of alien species that populate this galaxy could also be seen piloting these flying cars. Tony would love to see this place, Steve said in wonder, making both his companions nod in agreement. Bet Hank would too. This is insane. That right there is where the Senate of the Republic meets. Senator Organa pointed over to a large building shaped in what the Avengers could only describe as large metallic mushroom, with another dome-shaped building more to the ground beside it. And where we're going? Obi-Wan picked up for Organa. Is the Jedi Temple, the seat of the Jedi Order. You keep on mentioning this Jedi Order. Steve spoke up. That you yourselves are all Jedi and members to this organization. What is it exactly? I think that it would be best suited if the entire council were present to explain to you, but to put it simply, Jedi are the peacekeepers of the Galactic Republic overall, as is our duty to the galaxy and to the Force. Obi-Wan said in a lecture-like manner. Peacekeepers, huh? Steve said to himself, thinking back to Earth and its most recent conflicts. We're arriving. Anakin said. Come on, the rest of the council and chancellor should be waiting for us. They all followed after the Jedi and soon arrived down to one of the many docking bays that had been customized near the Jedi Temple to accommodate for larger ships such as the Venator-class star destroyers. Soon all were transported within 2 LAAT gunships to another hangar bay, this one being directly linked in with the temple. Landing there, the Avengers were greeted with sight of an additional collective of some of the strangest beings they had ever laid eyes on. Yet none of them mattered, as all three Earthers saw one man that made their hearts stop and jaws drop. Fury. Steve said aloud in disbelief, walking right up to what he could only describe to be the former head of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s doppelganger. Said doppelganger could only step back, startled at how close this strange man had just come up to him. Excuse me. All right, are we in space? Or another reality? Sam then spoke up, now looking to the other bewildered Jedi and senators. Or is this some kind of elaborate test set up by Fury and his guys? I wouldn't put it past him, honestly. That would even explain the eye patch. Maybe we went through some quantum mumbo-jumbo. Scott said, squinting his eyes at the Fury look-alike. It was at this point the doppelganger got his bearings together and asked. Do you know me? Because I certainly do not know you. Breaking out of his momentary trance, Steve began to realize he had caused a bit of a scene, so instead he pulled out his own phone. While it showed no signal, that wasn't what Steve was going for. He had his own separate files downloaded there, along with a few that apparently Tony had placed there just in case. What in God's name was Monty Python? Question for another time. Finding what he was looking for, Steve held it up to the man before him. Does this look familiar to you by any chance? Steve asked. The Fury look-alike squinted at what he was staring at, widening his eyes slightly before giving Rogers a slight glare. What is this? He asked. The picture was of him with an eye patch, shaking hands with another elderly Caucasian individual, both wearing strange attires that he had not once ever wore. That, Steve began slowly, is Colonel Nick Fury, from Earth. So that leaves us with a question of who are you? It was at this point another decided to make his presence known. Many questions we all have, yes. All heads turned to a small, green imp-like creature hobbling towards both Rogers and the Fury look-alike with a cane. Questions better answered together, It spoke strangely with a voice conveying a layer of age-gained wisdom. Master Windu has questions more personal now, he does. As do we all. I do say I wasn't expecting that, said a kindly elderly voice. Steve turned to see an aged human with regal set of clothes standing behind this Windu person, eyeing the screen he still held up with great interest and slight astonishment. Master Windu, have you been living a double life we are not aware of? The elderly man asked in humor. That quite possibly might be the case. Windu replied, eyes still on the phone screen until Rogers at last put it away. Be that as it may. The elderly man then turned to Steve and gave him a pleasant smile. Greetings to you, Captain Steve Rogers. I have heard much about you, but let me just say and personally thank you in your noble defense of my home planet of Naboo. You have put a great deal of ease upon this old man's heart. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sheev Palpatine. Holding out a hand, Cap accepted it, giving him a firm shake. Steve Rogers. He introduced himself. Though you already knew that. Yes, my fellow Naboo Senator Amidala spoke of you and your companions' brave and valiant actions on our home world. Palpatine said softly, a show of admiration. Truly heroic of you. Think nothing of it, sir. Cap said humbly. Just doing our duty. Speaking of duty. Windu cut in. I think it is high time we all got some answers as to what happened on Naboo. Yes, the small green alien said solemnly. Much to discuss, we have. The Force calls to us, directing towards you it does. Sam and Scott shared a look whilst Steve stared down at the green creature. We'd like answers of our own. Steve stated firmly. Something about an intergalactic war that we apparently roped ourselves into. Then let's find a place more comfortable for us all. Obi-Wan stepped in. I'd rather us not stand around here for another few hours with one revelation after another with no explanation. Agreed. Was the collective response. All were now present within a spacious meeting room of sorts within the Jedi Temple. It was ovular in shape with steps elevating upwards acting as seats for many. Steve, Sam, and Scott were officially introduced to the Jedi High Council. The council consisted itself of Grand Master Yoda, the small green creature, Mace Windu, the Fury look-alike, Obi-Wan Kenobi, whom they have already met. Then of course were the more unique humanoids such as Ki-Adi-Mundi with a large cone dome-shaped head. Sam murmured to himself something about Dan Aykroyd, garnering a look from Steve wherein Sam only held his hands up signifying don't mind me. Scott however got the reference and they somehow managed a discreet fist bump. Next came the equally aquatic green, tentacle-headed Kit Fisto, who held a disarming mischievous grin. Followed by Plo Koon wearing a strange respirator mask-type contraption. Then was a dark-skinned woman with a strange headpiece that was akin to a crown of sorts named Adi Gallia. And lastly was the strangest one of them all, the one named Oppo Rancisis, an alien with a bushy long beard, elongated fingernails and a snake-like body from the waist down. 3 Jedi Council members however were apparently absent. The ones referred to as Eth Koth, Sha'ak-Ti, CZ Tin, and even Pyle. All were off-world conducting their own missions in the war effort. Introduced ourselves, we have. Yoda spoke for the collective Jedi, clones and senators. The same in turn, you do. Right, right. Steve nodded. So some of you already know, but in full, my name is Steve Rogers. Back on our home world I'm also known as Captain America. Captain America. Ayla said in confusion. That seems more akin to a title if anything. So your captain rank was for show? Anakin asked. I don't mind humble here. Sam butted in, not allowing Steve a chance to explain. This guy here is a captain legitimately. Captain America is the name of the country we come from on Earth. He basically represents the best of what we can all be. Our world's first superhero. Scott added chipperly whilst Steve hung his head a bit from not being able to explain it in his own way. Superhero? Obi-Wan questioned with a raised brow. We all are. Scott proclaimed until slumping a bit. Well, these 2 guys are. I'm more of an ex-convict who got a lucky break. A pause. Oh, Scott Lang, Ant-Man. Lieutenant Sam Wilson. Other codename is Falcon. More silence. Ahsoka was speaking for all when she said. What? Aside from you names and hearing you guys say you're heroes. That's all we really did say. Sam pointed out. Look, we don't exactly know how to condense a lot of craziness down to span of about 20 minutes, so. Take your time then. Obi-Wan said, now seating himself. We have some to spare at this very moment. Glancing at one another, Sam and Scott both gestured for Steve to start for them. Nodding, Steve faced the Jedi Council, clones and senators. To put it plainly, myself along with Sam and Scott here are part of a team called the Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes. Steve said with a hint of pride. We were formed as a fast-acting response team in the face of an overwhelming threat, an enemy no lone hero could face alone. Each individual, both present and past, came from different walks of life, each with different agendas, personalities, and egos. And we had some real big egos. Sam said knowingly, making Steve snort. Actually, it wasn't easy at first. Steve said plainly. I myself know that, as the original iteration of the team nearly clashed with each other on just our first meetings alone. I feel like a lot is missing here. Anakin interrupted aloud. We could show you, Scott said, pulling out his phone. But we don't got any signal here. What is that anyway? Ahsoka asked. It's one of our forms of communication on our planet, Sam said, holding up his own phone. A literal multi-purpose device that can help you communicate with friends and family, listen to music, look up information, and so on. Many looked unimpressed and slightly awed. Now that they thought about it, they can't really think of something like that for themselves, save for perhaps maybe their holotables and communicators, but these felt a little different. We're getting off topic, Mace Windu said somewhat irritably. This isn't about us getting to know each other and our civilizations. This is also about the how you are here, as well as the fact that the Force gave a seismic warning shortly before we heard about all of you. Excuse me, generals. It was at this point the relatively silent Captain Rex spoke up. That whole episode involving all of you nearly passing out and giving us collective heart attacks. You're all saying, or really implying, that it may have something to do with them. Possibility is high, yes, Yoda announced. The Force speaks to us, it does. These three surrounds them, it does. But I feel nothing from them, Obi-Wan said, squinting his eyes at them. The Force surrounds them, yes, now I can feel it. Yet, from them directly, from their very being, I feel nothing. Okay, now we're confused here, Sam interjected. What the hell are you guys talking about? What's this Force stuff supposed to be? Sounds like some video game stuff, honestly, Scott said. Have any of you guys played an RPG before? It feels that the more we talk, the more questions seem to pop up, Palpatine said humorously to Amidala and Organa, making both chuckle. And at an exponential rate, mind you. All conversation ended when Grandmaster Yoda tapped/slammed his cane down to the floor, expunging a kind of force wave which effectively silenced all. Calm ourselves, we must, Yoda said sagely. And from the beginning we must start. Captain Rogers, if you may. Giving a respectful nod, Steve, along with the help of Scott and Sam, went on to give a decently detailed explanation of just who they were. From personal stories to an extent to the eventual formation of the Avengers and the catalyst to the event, Steve was the primary speaker in regards to it all. During this time, he had inquired if the Jedi or Senators had heard of the species known as the Chitauri, or of the alien civilization called Asgard, along with its denizens of Thor, Loki, and Odin. When they received negative responses, Steve moved on. Who is this Thor fellow exactly you speak of then? Obi-Wan inquired curiously. You have spoken of him several times as being the only one amongst this team of yours to achieve spacefaring capabilities. It's more than that, Steve said. Thor's people have been spacefaring for thousands of years apparently, and he can do so as well with many ways. And he's also a god, Sam threw out casually, making all blink and slowly turn their heads to him. I beg your pardon. Plo Koon had now spoken. What do you mean by that when you say, he's also a god? Right, well that's exactly as Sam said, Steve said. Thor is a god where we come from and to many other realms. He's the god of thunder, to be precise. God of thunder? Ahsoka asked, trying to understand what he had exactly said. Oh, I got something that might help. Scott fiddled with his phone when suddenly a hollow screen appeared from his phone, making him gape momentarily. Whoa, I forgot this was upgraded. Scott. Right. Scott went through his phone's videos and brought up the one he was looking for. It was captured videos of Thor in action in the Battle of New York, along with the original lineup of the Avengers. Why do you have all that in your phone? Sam couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Actually, we should have just started with that now that I think about it. You can thank Peanut for that. Cassie put them all there. Scott said bashfully. She really loves you guys, you know. Wants me to know how much she loves that you guys got me and Hope to join. At the mention of Hope and Cassie, Scott abruptly grew more somber with his face falling into a more crestfallen mood. Sam and Steve frowned themselves, but the former patted his friend's shoulder. Chin up, tic-tac. Sam assured. We'll find Hope and the others and get you home to your little peanut. Scott gave Sam an appreciative smile, looking back to the patient audience and plying the various clips of Avengers' first outing in the city of Manhattan as they fought against the alien menace they identified earlier as the Chitauri. To say that the Jedi, senators, and clones were stunned to a degree would be understating their reaction. They were witnessing an alien invasion of a planet where only a Group 6 extraordinary beings held back the army for as long as they were capable of. Captain Rogers was easy to spot as they witnessed him in a different, more form-fitting and tighter attire combating the alien humanoids with extreme effectiveness and skill, throwing his shield around with ease and precision. Then there were the other Avengers. The woman they called Black Widow fought with a great deal of ferocity, utilizing her entire body as a weapon along with some kind of electric shock gauntlets, small slug throwers and even the Chitaurus weapons against them. Next came Clint Barton aka Hawkeye. His skill with a bow were on full display, showing an acute awareness of not only his surroundings but the entire battlefield as well. It seemed that he had his eyes on a dozen places at once as he fired off arrow after arrow in what seemed to be different directions, yet each hit with such precision and expertise, it almost looked impossible. And he did it most of the time without even looking. His level of awareness could be better compared to a truly honed and trained Jedi Master. From there, it seemed to get crazier with the God of Thunder swinging a hammer at insurmountable speeds and calling upon literal thunderbolts and storms and laying waste to all who opposed him. His strength was completely overwhelming and half of everyone's jaws dropped at seeing this Thor individual single-handedly kill off a leviathan of an alien with a mighty blow of his thunder-infused hammer. Then there was the being that was pure rage incarnate, Bruce Banner's alter ego the Hulk. His pure strength alone was something that all present aside from the Avengers couldn't even fathom. He too accomplished the feat of taking down one of those gigantic building-sized flying beasts with a single punch. And lastly was Tony Stark, the Iron Man. His suit was a sight to behold as he flew around the city, blasting away at the Chitauri. There was even a point where someone from a low vantage point looking up managed to capture the exact moment Iron Man had actually flown into the mouth of the flying Chitauri and blew it up from within. The small amount of astonishment grew into genuine awe and amazement at seeing only 6 people, granted superhuman, but still 6 people hold back an army on their own. Steve had a bit of a fond glaze over his eyes at seeing the event that first brought the team together and cemented the bond they had together since that harrowing experience. Taking a moment to gaze over those watching, it was at this moment that Steve's eyes landed on the face of Chancellor Palpatine. Steve's expression grew stoic suddenly, eyeing the Chancellor as he continued to observe the old recordings of the Avengers. While he shared similar expressions with many of those present, it was his eyes that truly startled Steve. There was a hunger to them, a deceit that he feels like he'd seen it before. Shaking his head, trying to dissuade himself from his thought trajectory, he turned his attention back to the meeting at hand. He gestured for Scott to put his phone away and addressed their audience once more. After that day, the Avengers were formed, though we all went on our own separate ways. Steve said. We reconvened a few years after encountering various threats across the world on our own, realizing the growing number of threats our world faced. So we decided on remaining as a team in full, taking a more proactive role in safeguarding our world. And you two are new members then? Mace said, directing his question to Falcon and Ant-Man. More or less. Sam said with a shrug. After the first incarnation of Avengers prevented another world-ending event, it went through a reshuffling of its members. Some stepped down, sadly one went missing, the other left on a separate quest, and we got ourselves a new team now. An entirely new team. Anakin said in clear befuddlement. Aside from myself and Black Widow, the Avengers since then has had 7 new members. Steve said. That is rather radical of a change. Plo Koon noted. To restructure your team such an extent. I think it plays to our team's greatest strength, honestly. Steve said with conviction. Anyone who is willing, who knows what we fight for, can join the team. Our job, Our duty is to be the sword and shield for Earth and protect it together from threats beyond what one man can do on their own. Then there are 9 of you right now then. Winda said. You mention yourself and this widow along with 7 others. And 3 stand before us right now. Plo-kun said. Which means there are 6 other Avengers we need to find. Sam said firmly. We don't know how to find them though. Scott admitted straight away. Steve and Sam found me by dumb luck honestly. But we know now there's a galaxy out there. And God knows where the rest of our friends are. Then I say it's settled then. Chancellor Palpatine spoke up excitedly almost. I would like to offer you the aid of the Republic and the Jedi in finding your friends. What? Was everyone's response. Chancellor. Anakin spoke first. What are you doing? What's it look like I'm doing, my boy? Palpatine said pleasantly. I'm offering assistance to those in need. And consider this a way of me repaying you for my undying gratitude for your heroism on Naboo. If these other Avengers are anything like you 3 alone, they are worth looking for. I actually agree with the Chancellor. Obi-Wan found himself saying. The 3 of you have done a great service to the Republic without asking for anything in return. I believe in one's actions over what they say, and the 3 of you helped where you were not asked for. Hey now, let's not all just jump to conclusions here. Steve now said in a slight commanding tone. Look, I truly am grateful that we were able to help those in need at that time, but there's the fact that we are now roped into a war, and to be honest I don't think that's something any of us truly want. Yoda hummed thoughtfully. A Jedi Master speak, you do. Great strength of heart, mind, and body, you possess, Captain Rogers. And I do believe I am in your debt for helping in saving myself and Commander Bly during the battle on Naboo. Aayla Secura stated, getting an affirming nod from said commander. You guys also helped save a lot of our brothers' lives on Naboo. Captain Rex said with appreciation. I think we can spare some time in helping you guys out. Can't argue that. Commander Cody concurred. The Force. Yoda said aloud, facing the Avengers. Pulls us to you it has. A great change has occurred. At the center point of it, the Avengers appear to be. By the will of the Force, it appears that we must aid you as you have aided us already. Kit Fisto said with a grin. I think it would be pretty great to be helping out real heroes. Ahsoka said excitedly. Hey Snips, I'm hurt. Snips stuck her tongue out playfully at her master. I too wish to help. Padme said with determination. Like Palpatine said, you saved my home planet, including my sister and niece. I can't thank you enough for that. And you saved our lives from an assassin. Organa pointed out. Don't think I won't do my part in repaying that debt. Geez, what is this? Positive Price is Right. Sam joked, hiding his overwhelmed demeanor at the whole scene. Next thing you'll be telling us is that we've won a free ship. That can be arranged. Organa humored. I was kidding. Sam said until he paused and looked up at the senator. Wait, for real? All right, let's not get too excited there, Sam. Steve lightly reprimanded. Still, I know this feels sudden in what you're doing, but thank you. If we really do find our friends cause of you, then we can't thank you enough. Important, this task has become. Yoda said, walking forward to Rogers. The will of the Force has spoken. Never before has it been clearer or defined. Help you we must, for in turn you shall help us. The Jedi Grand Master offered a clawed hand to Steve Rogers, who promptly kneeled down to Yoda's level and shook the offered hand. Thank you, Grand Master Yoda. Steve said graciously. A change in the air was felt, now more so than ever. All Force-sensitive beings present within the room could feel it to their very cores. A great shift within the galaxy will happen, and these Avengers, these Earth's mightiest heroes. They are the catalysts that will set everything into motion. Just one question. Scott piped up, cutting off the tensions building in the room. Can somebody please explain to me this whole Force stuff, cause I'm starting to feel a bit lightheaded at thinking about it for too long. That broke the rather intense atmosphere, and humored air filled the room now, with some chuckling at the abrupt question among them being Scott himself. Yeah, but seriously, what is it? Well, I think it's time you guys sat down then. Anakin teased. This is gonna take a while as well. And there we have it folks, another one down. This one is much shorter and really not as important aside from exposition sakes. Really it took me a while in trying to figure as to how to go about the first official meetings between these factions, so this came to mind. And you know what else? This is a bit off topic, but when you look at it and it's kinda obvious, the Force in many ways is the ultimate plot mover most of the time. It's always about the Force, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but I just had it pop in my head. Yada yada yada, I'm rambling here. Before I go though, there is this. Eyes slowly opened to stare at the pitch-black night sky, showing the endless expanse of space. He felt his entire body was sore right now, but honestly now wasn't the time to be laying down after that light show. Grunting, he forced himself to sit up while the sounds of the suit powering up was heard. Feeling a bit at ease knowing his suit was functioning at full capacity as it was displayed on his HUD, Colonel James Rhodes aka War Machine got to his feet, having his helmet flip back to reveal his tired expression. Looking around, Rhodey found himself in the middle of a barren wasteland with craters littering the entire area for as far as the eye could see. Only one thing came to mind, which he verbalized a moment later. Where in the hell am I? Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 5, Rookies. Steve Rogers was quite literally overwhelmed right now. He was staring at a digital book of sorts, chronicling a beginner's guide of sorts on the history of the galaxy, and he quite frankly want to put it down already. Yes, Steve was very studious in terms of knowledge, but he can't deny the overwhelming amount of it he had just received upon accepting the aid the Jedi and the Chancellor had offered. He sat alone in a Spartan-esque room that the Jedi had graciously offered to him and his two companions during their stay at the temple. Grateful as he was, Steve's mind remained on the idea of finding the other Avengers and getting home. Easier said than done. Steve thought bitterly, placing down the civilian holocron that he had received, ending his reading session. Getting up to his feet and stretching out his body, Steve was getting a bit stir-crazy at being cooped up in his room and the guest area of the Jedi Temple, even if it has only been several days. Exiting his room, Steve went over to Sem's door and found him missing the same being with Scott. Confused as to where the two were, Cap trusted his gut enough that they weren't far off and weren't getting into any trouble. At least crazy trouble, knowing Scott's tendencies. Choosing to walk in a random direction, Steve walked down the large decorated and elaborate halls of the Jedi Temple, finding their architectural designs quite beautiful and pristine. The whole place gave off a very tranquil vibe, yet there was an underlying tension throughout the temple. Steve chalked it up to the war going on right now. Every now and then, a couple of Jedi passed by Steve, traveling mostly in pairs, with a small group being led by an elderly lady who was directing a group of 24 young children dressed in traditional Jedi clothing. Some stared in starry-eyed wonder at the strange man, who gave them a kind smile, conveying he wasn't anything special, yet the younglings thought differently. Continuing on his path, Steve passed by many other Jedi, receiving momentary attention at best, until he reached a more open space filled with plant life and foliage that he had never seen before. A garden, huh? Steve mused to himself, going along one of its many branching paths. The air here was serene and peaceful, actually filling Steve up with a contentedness he had not felt in, well, ever truthfully. Maybe it was the work of that Force thing the Jedi here have spoken of so many times. Ah, what have we here? Said a soft, gentle feminine voice. A lost traveler. Quirking a brow, Steve turned round to see a woman sitting beneath a tree of sorts, yet this was easily no ordinary woman. Human woman, to say the least. Her face was kindly in appearance, though lacked a nose entirely, with her hairs being like tendrils in the texture of tree bark vines. In fact, from the look of it, Steve would have assumed her to be a part of the very tree she sat under. "Pardon, ma'am," Steve said politely. "You look lost, weary traveler," she said kindly, rising up off the ground to stand. "No, not traveler. Warrior. A warrior with internal conflict, great strife, and concern." Steve found her not to be invasive or prodding, but rather curious, with a calming demeanor. She held an aura of great wisdom and knowledge to her, equal to that of Grandmaster Yoda perhaps. "Am I that easy to read?" Steve asked in good nature. The woman smiled, approaching him at a leisurely pace. "Ones who project their hearts in the open are usually purest of people," she said kindly, standing no further than a foot away from him. "I wouldn't call myself pure, ma'am," Steve said knowingly, somewhat somber now. "Not after the stuff I've done." "Wise, because you have doubt." The plant-like being went on. "Strength, within the very flaws you see for yourself. You are a truly rare individual, noble warrior. You can call me Steve Rogers, ma'am," Steve said kindly, making her smile. "And in turn, I am Trasa. The Jedi introduced herself, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "And I'll have to ask you to refer to my name then, ma'am. I may be a needy, but being a few centuries old has done nothing in dampening my youthful soul." Steve chuckled slightly. "And I thought I looked good for my age. Guess I still have a few more centuries to go then." Tra was rather bemused at the statement, yet felt no falsehoods or mockery from the man, only there was a story to be told behind the comment. "You are troubled, Mr. Rogers," Tra said, voice conveying a sense of understanding. "I think that would be putting it mildly, Ms. Saa." Steve's expression fell into a more neutral one. "There's a lot on my mind now, and there's so much that I can barely think, to be quite honest. And please, call me Steve." Tra only smiled, stepping to the side and gesturing her arm to the tree. "Would you care to have a seat then, Steve? I believe what you need is a way to clear your mind. I also insist on you calling me Tra, my friend. Only seems fair." Steve gave her a grateful smile. "Please, Tra. I'd rather not intrude upon your business." "Nonsense," Tra said softly. "Companionship is always favorable than solitude. Come, brave warrior. Sit with me. Let the Force, let the garden, and allow yourself to let go and relax you mind and body." Steve was having a hard time to say no, and to be quite frank, he really didn't see a reason or a need to. This Jedi Tra just exuded a completely patient, calm and collected aura that was a bit enticing, to be honest. He walked with her over to the tree, and now both sat beneath their leaves with their legs crossed and arms resting on their knees. "Thank you for the offer, Tra," Steve said upon leaning against the bark. "Think nothing of, Steve," Tra said, kind smile still in place. "I saw someone in need, and as my duty to the Jedi Order and the Force, I had to do what I can." Steve rubbed his chin in thought, replaying two words over and over again. "The Force," Steve said aloud, Tra tilting her head towards him. "I've heard just about every Jedi and even a few of the clones and senators at one point refer to it." "What is it exactly?" "Grand Master Yoda and the Council talked about it like it was some kind of religion." "It is more than that," Tra said patiently, holding out her hand. Leaves fluttered down, only for some to suddenly begin to encircle around her hand by an unseen force. "It is the source of power for all Jedi, all those who have a greater connection to it, omnipresence across the galaxy. The lifeblood of anything and everything," Tra recited while the leaves around her hand began swirling about at a faster rate. "We the Jedi are followers of the Force and its will, preservers of life and keepers of the peace. For my mantra, I am one with the Force and the Force is with me. With the Force, we find balance, clarity, and purpose. The Force is a sentient concept. And it has a plan." The more Tra spoke of the Force, the more it sounded like this Jedi Order's God, if not the galaxy they currently resided in. "Then why have some of the Jedi mentioned that they can't detect the Force around me and my friends?" Steve inquired. Tra hummed in thought, lazily focusing upon one leaf while the rest drifted down to the ground. "The Force utterly surrounds you, Steve," Tra informed. "But it is void within you. You and your friends come from a world that has absolutely no connection to the Force. The three of you and your lost companions come from a place not of our understanding. It is truly fascinating, to be perfectly honest with you. A world devoid of the Force, no pull of the dark side." "The dark side?" Steve said in confusion. "What's that?" Before Tra could answer, another voice interrupted. "Ah, there you are, Master Saa." This was a woman, and one that sounded a bit familiar to the super soldier. Tra however recognized it immediately. "Ayla," Tra said pleasantly, standing up to face the Twi'lek Jedi Knight. And she was not alone. With her was a grizzled middle-aged man with a scar going down his left eye, garbed in primarily black robes. "Ah, what a pleasant surprise to see you as well, Tholm." TRA greeted with a warm smile directed at the scarred Jedi Master, who chuckled good-naturedly. "I see you in good company as well," Tholm said in turn, facing Cap, who had also stood. "Sir," Steve said respectfully. "None of that now." Tholm gently waved down. "I've never been one for formalities unless necessary. Just Tholm, thank you." "Pleasure, Tholm." Cap nodded. "I'm Steve Rogers." "Yes, I have heard of you," Tholm said, extending a hand for Steve to shake, which he did. "Heck of a grip you got there. Ayla mentioned your great display of strength and combat." "I do what I can," Steve said, turning to the blue-skinned Twi'lek. "Miss Sakura, hope you're doing well." "Well enough, Mr. Rogers," Ayla responded kindly. "If only under better circumstances. And please, I follow the same ideal my master have in terms of names." "Then the same goes for me as well." "You are departing then, Ayla?" TRA questioned with a slight frown marring the features of the young Jedi Knight. "I am," Ayla confirmed. "Blyan the 327th is geared up and ready. We're being deployed to Hyperi." "Hyperi?" TRA said a bit hesitantly. "That is a separatist stronghold." "I'm not going alone," Ayla said as a measure to assure her master. "Masters Mundi, Sha'ak and K-Crew are accompanying my fleet. We aren't going in weak. I think 2 Jedi Council members should be enough to alleviate a level of our concern," Tholm said lightly. "Indeed," TRA agreed. "Good luck, Ayla," Steve said with respect. "Hope to see you back safe." "Thank you, Captain," Ayla said appreciatively, bowing her head. "And I'll see again, Masters." "Ah, come here, Ayla." Tholm gave her a fatherly hug, which she reciprocated, followed by doing the same with TRA. "May the Force be with you, Ayla," the needy Jedi Master said in goodbye. "And to you as well, Master," Ayla said, departing shortly after. Watching her leave, Steve heard the haggard sigh of Master Tholm, looking over to see him slump a bit. "This war," Tholm said tiredly, "has brought about concern and worry for this old man's heart. The thought of losing both his apprentices is a difficult thing. War does that to people," Steve said knowingly. "But I've seen Ayla fight in the short time that I've known her. She's more than capable in handling herself. Of that, I never had a doubt," Tholm said, though gracing Steve with a grateful expression. "It's just that war often makes one lose themselves. A fear unspoken of within the order. I know the feeling," Steve said with solemn expression. "Back in my time, during the war I was a part of, we had to make a compromise with ourselves. We had to do a lot of nasty things that didn't exactly make us sleep well at night." "How did you cope with such a choice?" TRA found herself asking. "We did what we had to so that no one else had to endure those types of choices," Steve said. "We did it so people could be free and remain free." TRA and Tholm were rather stunned by the declaration, sharing a look. Tholm let out a tired sigh a few moments later, shooting a wry smile at Steve. "If a man like you were in the Jedi Order sooner, perhaps this war could have been avoided," Tholm stated. "Maybe even guide the Jedi back to our old roots." "Old roots? Story for another time," Tholm said. "Just know this now, Steve Rogers." Placing a firm hand upon the captain's shoulders, a friendly smile now gracing the graying Jedi's features. "You have made a friend in myself and Master TRA," Tholm said with promise, TRA nodding in agreement. "I feel a man like yourself and the rest of your companions may just be the necessary kick the Jedi Order need to save the galaxy and themselves. I'm using to saving one world," Steve said, humor lacing his tone. "A galaxy? Even I think that may be way over our heads." "Oh, I think you will be more than up to the challenge," TRA said knowingly. "I appreciate the support then," Steve said honestly. "Thank you both." On the other side of the galaxy. To say that Colonel James Rhodes was confused as to where he was would be a bit of an understatement. This whole damn place was kinda freaky. It was totally barren, No life for as far as the eye could see, and if he wasn't mistaking it, that moon up there looked more like Earth than it did the moon he knew of. He had tried several times now in contacting the Avengers only to receive static, for the third day in a row. Now, Rhodey's war machine armor had come equipped with rations and water as a contingency for emergencies like these. Thank God for Tony's forward thinking that, and the morbid idea that he had the random thought to install food in their armor, involving the first time he suited up in the Middle East and the second time when he found himself in Tennessee. Granted, Rhodey had his own fair share of input due to years of being in the Air Force himself, but still the fact that these add-ons were there due to Tony's constant near-death experiences kinda sucked. Then again, he has been doing this on a daily basis even before either of the two suited up. But right now, he needed to focus. There had to be some way of contacting the others and finding out just where in the hell was he. To be perfectly honest with himself, Rhodey began to garner the creeping suspicion that he wasn't on Earth anymore. Coupled with the very clear, un-Earth-like creatures that he had seen flying around only added to that theory. Deciding to go for another fly, Rhodey's thrusters started up and War Machine was now high in the air with his suit working. His suit of armor had naturally undergone an extensive amount of upgrades courtesy of his best friend, and thankfully he had learned how to maintain his suit on his own to a great extent, though still not onto the level of Tony. It was enough though, as he had managed to pace out the suit's functions and power, thankful for the personalized arc reactor Stark had installed. Flying through the air, there was nothing in sight other than the barren wasteland and the endless expanse of stars above. One might say that the view above was beautiful and artistic, but War Machine wasn't here for that. Suddenly, his armor notified him of a large structure just a few clicks ahead. A structure that had power emanating from it. Rhodey propelled himself at a higher speed now with a destination in mind and in the distance. Maybe he could make some headway on his situation after all. Meanwhile, at said structure. It was built into a large canyon with a single landing platform where one lone figure in white armor stood. A clone trooper. Said trooper had a set of scopes attached to his helmet, allowing for a wider and longer field of view from his position. "This is the deck officer checking in," the trooper said to the rest of his comrades within the base. Nothing going on. As usual. Inside the base were a group of clones all at several stations monitoring for any signs for unusual activity. More specifically, droid activity. Save for the two in the center, arm wrestling with a holo radio broadcast playing all the while. You're listening to the Grand Army of the Republic broadcast. The voice of the Outer Rim. This next one goes out to the mud jumpers of the 224th, slugging it out on Mimban. Keep your head down and your seals tight, boys. Another clone holding a data pad entered the control room just as one of the clones slammed his fellow trooper's arm down. Haha, yes. The clone shot up in victory while the loser massaged his wrist. Who's next? Fives. Shouldn't you be watching your scopes, Heavy? The clone who had just walked in asked. Yeah? Let's take a look. Heavy responded condescendingly whilst pulling up a visual of the Rishi Moon's atmosphere. What did ya know? All clear. Just like the last 100 times I've looked. Personally, I like that it's so quiet out here. The clone said, tapping his data pad. Get to catch up on my reg manuals. Echo, what is wrong with you? Heavy argued a bit childishly. We should be out on the front lines blasting droids. Right, Cut Up. Ah, leave him alone. Cut Up said, turning to Echo. He was left in his growth jar too long. Yeah. Heavy said, sharing a laugh with Cut Up while Echo just frowned in annoyance and looked back to his manuals. Ugh, what was the point of all that training on Kamino if we just ended up here? Another clone complained. Yeah, you said it, droid bait. Heavy agreed. You might not realize it, Fives, but you landed on the most boring outpost in the entire Outer Rim. It was at this point that a clone had entered the control room, this one being distinguished with his gray brows and sideburns. He made his presence known by responding to Heavy's offhand comment. And one of the most important. He said firmly. All heads turned to him with Cut Up shutting off the radio and a signal going off. All clones snapped up, standing straight in posture. Attention, Sergeant on deck. Echo shouted out. At ease. The clone sergeant said, eyeing the assembled clones. I know you're all new here, but I don't have to remind you that this quadrant is key to the Republic in the Outer Rim. If the droids get past this station, they can surprise attack the facilities we were all born on our home world of Kamino. The reminder of said planet made some of the troopers tense up at the thought of their birthplace being attacked. There's some officers on the way, so I want everything squared away and ready for inspection. The sergeant informed his squad. Understood. Sir, yes sir. Elsewhere in the galaxy, a fleet of Republic fleets floated idly through open space with several V-19 Torrent starfighters flying towards the center ship of the fleet. Within said ship was Obi-Wan Kenobi, staring out into the vastness of space in deep contemplation until turning back to head towards his former apprentice turned Jedi Knight Anakin. Still up, Anakin? Obi-Wan commented, approaching the younger Jedi who was leaning upon the center hollow table overlooking a spherical map. I would have thought you'd have gotten some sleep by now. I'll sleep after we catch Grievous, Anakin said, all the while rubbing his temples. Clone intelligence last reported seeing the general in the Bomara system, but that was several weeks ago. Since then, he's just vanished. Well, unlike you, maybe he's catching up on some much-needed rest, Obi-Wan said good-naturedly. Anakin's faithful astromech droid R2-D2 chirped in agreement at Kenobi's assessment. Anakin instead kept up his frown, eyes glancing down. Something else has been bothering you, Anakin, Obi-Wan said. What's wrong? Before Anakin could answer, Admiral Wolf Yularen of the Republic approached the two. Excuse me, General. Yularen cut in. Incoming transmission from Commander Cody. Yularen pressed down on a button with a small miniature hollow Cody appearing before them. General Kenobi, General Skywalker. Cody gave each Jedi a respectful nod. Cody. Kenobi greeted cordially. How goes the inspections? The tracking station on Pastel is fully operational, Cody reported. Captain Rex and I are on our way not to the outpost stationed in the Rishi system. Good. Report back when you arrive at the Rishi base, Obi-Wan said. Copy that, General. Cody out. The hollow Cody flickered out a second later. Good man, that Cody, Kenobi praised before looking to Anakin. Don't worry, Anakin. If General Grievous comes anywhere near this quadrant, we'll know about it. Master. Anakin abruptly looked to him. Do you feel something unusual? What do you, Maya? Obi-Wan fell silent, furrowing his face in concentration. General Kenobi. Yularen spoke up, noting Obi-Wan's expression. Is everything all right? After several seconds of silence, Obi-Wan answered. The Force. I feel it shifting and moving about. Keep a close eye on the Rishi system, Anakin instructed the Admiral. I'd rather not take any chances. Rishi Moon. War Machine had been flying for a few minutes when at long last, he saw a large station in the distance. Finally. Rhodey murmured when suddenly, his sensors went off notifying him of incoming objects hurtling down from above. Looking up, Rhodey's eyes widened at the flaming objects coming down from the sky. A meteor shower. Sensors went off once more, signaling how close one was to hitting him. Without thinking twice, Rhodey flew back a good distance and out of range of the falling meteorites and waited for the shower to subside. All right, either I'm on the weird part of Earth or I'm not on Earth, Rhodey murmured to himself. While Rhodey was witnessing the meteor shower, the clones themselves within the base were notified of the falling rocks. Sir, incoming meteor shower. Droid Bait notified. Raise the shield. He instructed with Droid Bait doing just that. You wanted excitement, Heavy? Cut Up mentioned with Heavy rolling his eyes in response. Right. Oh, meteor shower, Heavy said in sarcastic fear. The meteors impacted the ray shield of the base, yet all was not as it seemed. Witnessing the shield's defenses was War Machine, who gawked a bit at what he saw. Seriously, just where in the hell am I? Rhodey asked for what felt like the 1000th time already, but felt adequately appropriate now more than ever. He then noticed something not that far from him and tilted his head. What is that? He internally asked himself, seeing some kind of dome-like contraption with 3 metal appendages embedded into the ground. A red light then shined out coming from the flat part of the unusual craft faced the planet's surface, and out jumped lanky robots that looked somewhat similar to Ultron drones. War Machine murmured aloud, narrowing his eyes with his weapon systems powering up. Thanks to his advanced suit, it allowed him get a clearer and closer visual of what he was looking at without moving from his spot. Not Ultron drones, Rhodey mentally said while assessing the situation. Just what had he gotten himself into? He noticed one of them had a blade of some kind attached to its back while also carrying the same gun as the other dark-plated bots following after it towards the base. Making sure to edge himself closer to the base, he noticed something white get tossed from the platform a moment later. It looked like a body. Gritting his teeth, War Machine now chose to fly over to get a closer look when he heard what could be described as some kind of pulse or plasma fire when it faded out quickly. Looking to the entrance, Rhodey used the many craters and hills as cover while edging himself closer to the base as to not alert any unwanted attention. Unfortunately, attention came for him in the form of a looming shadow from behind. Armor warning systems blaring, Rhodey whirled around in time to see gigantic eel-like creature with a four-jawed mouth hovering over him with its intentions clear. "Alright, seriously, what the fuck?" War Machine yelled out, taking to the air as the creature lunged forward in an attempt to devour the Air Force pilot. In retaliation, Rhodey unleashed a barrage of hot metal lead into the beast, managing to pierce its hide repeatedly, which made it cry out in anguish. It used the many large holes in the area to flee the fire directed at it, leaving one very confused and now anxious Avenger. "God fucking damn it!" War Machine let out bitingly. Just what the hell was Hyrda working on? His internal conflict was interrupted by the sound of metal echoing down from the cavern below. Turning around to face the interior, Rhodey's suit picked up on movement to the far right down from the base. He then saw four white armored humans jump out from some kind ventilation shaft when from afar he spotted another one of those gigantic creatures seemingly stalking them from above. Eyes widening in horror, Rhodey flew forward at top speeds in hopes of intercepting the giant monster. Meanwhile, the four surviving clones of the Rishi base were conversing on what to do next. "So what do we do without the Sarge?" Cut Up asked his squad. Echo of course recited. "Well, the reg manuals say that the next dash." "Hold on." Heavy cut Echo off. "Do you guys hear something?" It was a mixture of a moaning hiss coupled with something scraping against rock. Then came a more metallic and artificial sound. "Yeah, actually." Five spoke up. "What is all that noise? That doesn't sound like droids." "Don't forget about those giant E-dash," Heavy said when it was Echo who interrupted him. "Look." Echo cried out, pointing to something that was headed right for them at high speeds. "What the hell is that?" Heavy yelled out, pulling out a pistol. "Looks like." Cut Up then cried out in terror and plea as the clones were snuck up on by a giant eel with their brother in its mouth. "Cut Up!" Echo shouted out to his brother when suddenly a metallic humanoid figure slammed itself into the side of the eel, making it drop Cut Up. It flew back into a hover and fired a missile from its shoulder into the eye of the eel, killing it. "What the hell is that?" Heavy said aloud, gun aimed right at him. "It looks like a droid," Echo said in trepidation. The metallic figure then landed in front of them and its helmet flipped back to reveal a dark-skinned human. "Are you guys alright?" he asked. The Force clones' eyes widened with one or two jaws dropping beneath their helmets while they glanced at one another. "Who the hell was this guy?" Yeah," Echo said slowly. "We're alright. Thanks for the save," Cut Up said, panting a bit frantically while also patting himself on the chest upon realizing he narrowly escaped death. "Who are you?" Fives asked. "Colonel James Rhodes," their savior stated formally. "I go by War Machine. I'm with the Avengers." "The Avengers?" Echo repeated. "Who are they supposed to be?" "You're a colonel," Cut Up said, standing up a bit straighter now. "I don't think I'm your colonel," Rhodey said with a slight humorous tone regardless of the situation at hand. "Wait, please tell me, where exactly am I right now?" The clone troopers looked to one another with Fives shrugging and turning to address Rhodey. "You're on the Rishi Moon outpost of the Republic, sir," Fives said respectfully. "The what on the what?" Rhodey said in clear confusion. Sir, not to be disrespectful or anything but. Echo went on when. Boys look. Heavy said, pointing above them. It's Commander Cody. Echo said upon realization of the craft. The inspection team. A flying ship that I don't recognize. Rhodey said to himself. All right, it's official, I am not on Earth anymore. A level of panic began to set in for Rhodes, coming to the aforementioned conclusion. We've got to warn them. Cut Up said hurriedly. Get on the comm link. Heavy instructed Echo. The clone tried in several failing attempts. It's no use, their comms frequencies are on a different scramble set. They're walking right into a trap. Heavy said grimly. I'll signal them with this flare, Fives said, holding up the flare. Up on the landing platform was Commander Cody and Captain Rex conversing with a very unusual clone trooper. He had been very adamant in keeping both superior officers from entering the base, so Rex had had enough, getting right in the trooper's face. Take us to the sergeant in command. Rex ordered sternly. Roger, Roger. The clone replied, making Rex and Cody share a look when a red light shot out from beneath the platform and high up into the air. A droid attack flare. Cody said in befuddlement. Without wasting a movement, Rex held up his rifle and promptly shot the trooper in the head. Whoa, Rex. Cody said, freaked out at the action. What the hell are you doing? Relax. Rex said confidently, going over to the downed body and removed its helmet. Just as I thought. Looks like one of those new commando droids. That flare must have come from the survivors. Cody surmised. Blaster fire then filled the area. Ambush? Rex yelled out, with both he and Cody now being surrounded by other commando droids all firing at them. Both moved back towards the crates for cover, shooting back all the while. Cody landed a few shots upon one of the droids only for it to straighten back up and resume fire. Arg, those clankers have got some tough armor. Cody said in annoyance. Down below, the others heard the firefight. We've got to get up there and help them. Echo said. Yeah, but none of us can without cables or being able to fly. Fives said in epiphany, looking to Rhodey. The others soon picked up on this. Colonel Rhodes, sir. Fives said quickly. I know this is sudden, but... Kaboom. Fives was interrupted by the sound of Cody and Rex's ship being blown up above. No. Echo cried out. Damn it. Heavy growled. Now what do we do? Don't panic just yet. Rhodey said, gesturing his head. Looks like whoever was up there. The clone squad saw two figures descending on down from the platform via cables. Made it out just fine. Come on. Cut Up said, and all four ran forward. Rhodey briefly contemplated on what to do next, but right now, he really didn't have much options. So following these soldiers, who all sounded exactly the same, seemed to be his best course of action at this very moment. Rex and Cody in the meantime touched down upon the ground. Well, this sure complicates things, Commander. Rex Riley said, observing the wreckage of their ship. No worse than that time we had on Tibrin. We had Jedi with us on Tibrin. Cody reminded. They helped. Both Rex and Cody then gave pause to four figures walking around the fire and towards them. Hands above your head. Rex commanded, leveling his rifle at them with Cody in tow. Take your sunbonnets off. Sir. The one with a binocular attachment said in confusion. Now. Rex barked out, and the four troopers obliged, revealing familiar faces. Rex and Cody relaxed only to snap up their weapons again at the sight of a hulking metallic figure when two of the clones jumped in their way. Whoa, whoa, sirs. The clone with the tattoo number 5 on the right side of his cranium said calmly. Don't shoot the help, sirs. The help? Rex asked. Yeah, Colonel Rhodes here saved my hide, something good. Cut Up stated. Rex and Cody then saw a human head and lowered their weapons. Oh shit. Rhodey suddenly said aloud, with his back minigun springing up. From behind came yet another one of those giant eels, only this time, Captain Rex was quick on the draw and shot it in the eye for an instant kill. Letting out a mournful moan, the predator fell down and did not move. Nice shot. Echo murmured. The clone captain kneeled down to inspect his kill, taking his helmet off in the process. The name's Rex, but you will call me Captain or Sir. Sir, yes sir. The clone troopers said in response. I'm Commander Cody, said the yellow-tinted trooper, helmet also removed. Your new boss. My designation is Trooper 27 to 5555, sir. We call him Fives. Heavy said. I'm Heavy. This is Echo and that's Cut Up. And you are? Rex inquired, eyeing War Machine, who had been silent in all this while looking at all the clones in bewilderment. A Colonel James Rhodes, but who are all of you guys? Rhodey found himself asking. Are you guys brothers? Clones. 'Cause y'all look way too alike. Both really. Rex responded with a slight smirk before growing serious. You say you're a colonel? U.S. Air Force. I'm with the Avengers. Rhodey nodded with pride before murmuring bitterly. Though that barely seems to matter right now. Rex and Cody's heads snapped up to him with wide-eyed shock. Avengers. Cody said slowly. You said Avengers, right? Yeah. A sudden swell of hope entered Rhodey, looking between the high-ranking clone officers. You know about them. Do the names Capt. Steve Rogers. Rhodey finished for Rex. Yeah, Cap. Have you seen him? Have you seen the others? Well, this has certainly become interesting. Rex said in humored disbelief. We find one of the lost Avengers in a batch of shinnies, Commander. You know this person, Captain? Echo asked. Shinnies. Heavy said in slight confusion. What's that? Your armor. Rex said, walking up to Echo and placing his blue blood-stained hand upon Echo's chest and leaving a handprint. It's shiny and new. Like you. And if you wanna know, the Avengers are a bunch of new guys who can do crazy things that we can't even begin to dream of. Rex quickly explained. So then, what do we do now then? Cut Up questioned. The base is still in the hands of the droids. Sir. Heavy spoke up, addressing Rex directly. Me and my batchers are trained and ready. We'll take back the base, shiny or not. There may be hope for you yet, rookie. Rex said approvingly. Sirs, not to hold us back or anything, but what about Colonel Rhodes here? Fives inquired. We can't just leave him here after he saved us. Cut Up argued. Captain Rex. Rhodey said. You and Commander Cody know about the Avengers, right? Both clone officers nodded. How exactly do you know them? We met them after coming from the planet of Naboo. Cody quickly explained. Captain Rogers, Lieutenant Wilson, and Scott Lang assisted in repelling the droid army before coming back with us to Coruscant and explaining their situation. We know you guys are from a planet not familiar with interstellar travel. Well, that covers most of it then. Rhodey mused, nodding a moment after. All right, I'll help you guys out. This surprised some of the clones, though Rex gave the Avenger a hard stare. Are you sure about this, sir? Rex asked respectfully. You're involving yourself in a war that's not yours. If Cap is the first to throw himself into a conflict like this one, he has good reason to. Rhodey reasoned with conviction. Helping you guys take this base back seems to also be my best bet with reuniting with my comrades. Much appreciated then. Rex said with a grateful nod. Let's move, boys. Cody said to the other clones, all donning their helmets with Rhodey's coming on automatically. Ah, that's too cool. Heavy commented. I could fly up there to get a vantage point. Rhodey said to Captain Rex. Make sure the platform is clear. Much appreciated. Rex said, watching War Machine take to the skies and kept a good distance away from the base for precaution. I want one. Fives said in slight awe at the suit. Rex watched closely as after a few seconds, Rhodey gestured for them to start making their way up to the platform. Let's move. Rex ordered, the squadron beginning their ascent up the cliff. As they got closer, Rhodey landed beside them with Rex handing off his blaster to Fives. Look sharp, rookies. Rex instructed, as long as those tweezers occupy this base, our home world of Kamino is at risk. But there's so many. Cut Up pointed out. Doesn't matter, kid. Rex waved off. We have to take back this base, so we will take back this base. How do you propose we get through those blast doors, Rex old boy? Cody asked with anticipation. I have a few ideas. Rex said, looking to the doors. I could blast my way through it. Rhodey said, getting everyone's attention. This armor is a one-man army. Then save that firepower for when they send down reinforcements. Rex countered. They always send it down, so we gotta take these clankers down quick and fast so we have time to prepare for it. So what's the plan then? Rhodey asked. We give them a taste of their own medicine. Rex stated. What a taste of their own medicine, apparently, was Rex pretending to approach the blast doors in a similar fashion to the way the commando droids had when they first met the two clone officers. The rest of the squad was lined up against the blast doors out of sight from the camera that popped out to get a closer look at Rex. Unit 2-6. Is that you? Asked the commando droid on the opposite of the door. Roger, Roger. Rex responded as blandly and robotically as possible. You sound strange. The droid stated. Is something wrong with your vocabulature? Rex reached up to his throat in a further effort to add to the act. Roger, Roger. Take off your helmet, let me see your faceplate. The droid ordered. Roger, Roger. Rex complied with a hint of amusement. Rex ducked beneath the camera and held up a droid head. Up above, Rhodey couldn't fight the chortle that escaped him, watching Cody shake his head and palm his helmet. This is never gonna work. Cody murmured, slightly irked at the plan. Then the blast doors open. Then the droids realized it was a trick. Then Rex pulled the trigger. Roger, Roger. Rex said condescendingly, shooting down the middle droid while the others took out the other two. Right. Rex said approvingly. Let's move. Rhodey landed behind the clones and ran past while holding out a hand for them to wait as they were at the foot of the stairs. Hang on, my suit's picking up on how many are up there. Rhodey informed. It could do that. Echo said in astonishment. Picking up. Rhodey paused for a moment. 9 hostiles up there. Permission to take point, sir. Heavy asked Rex. I'm always first, kid. Rex stated while giving Rhodey a pat on the shoulder for giving them a head count of what they're up against. The team rushed in with Rhodey flying in head first towards 2 of the 4 commando droids stationed within the primary control area of the base. Grabbing one head in each of hands, War Machine's suit strength on top of his flying momentum essentially crushed the heads like an empty soda can. The clones rushed in, quickly scrapping the droids as they were distracted by the abrupt arrival of War Machine. All right. Cut Up cheered. That was easy. Don't say that just yet, rookie. Cody interjected, looking over one of the control consoles of the base. Get to the window. Echo, your scopes. Obliging the commander, Echo went up to the window and looked through his scope attachment to see a large cluster of ships. Looks like a separatist fleet. Echo stated. Now we know why they commandeered the base. Cody said with finality. They're launching a full-scale invasion of Kamino. We need to warn command now. Rex stated. All the while in the capital ship of the separatist fleet was the supreme commander of the droid army and infamous Jedi killer, General Grievous. He was overseeing the entire mission at this moment. What is the status of the base below? Grievous demanded of one of the droids. The all-clear signal is still transmitting, but for some reason, our commando droids aren't responding. The droid pilot said. That base cannot be allowed to alert the Jedi of our planned invasion. Grievous said quickly. Send reinforcements down to investigate. Back down below in the base, the clones and Rhodey were considering their next course of action. They're gonna be sending down reinforcements at any given moment. Cody surmised, eyes still up at the stars where the enemy fleet currently resided. Sirs. Cut Up spoke up. We've run into a serious problem. The clankers hardwired the all-clear signal and cut off our transmitters. Echo said. It will take time to repair. We don't have time for that. Rex said firmly. We need to warn the Republic now. Guys. Rhodey said solemnly. Looks like we've got incoming company. True to his word, a ship was descending down to the platform. A droid dropship / cut up murmured. Well, Heavy, you always did want to fight on the front lines. Fives said, giving his brother a pointed look. We can't protect the base from an army of clankers like that for long. Heavy admitted. Then we'll destroy the base. Rex said with finality. But sir. Echo argued. Our objective was to protect the base at any and all costs. Doesn't matter right now. Rex countered. The Republic needs to know now. They'll take notice the moment the all-clear signal stops transmitting. That's right. Fives said in realization. As soon as the signal is gone, the Republic will know that something's wrong. Whatever your plans are then, you've got to hurry up. War Machine said, pointing outside. 'Cause they're marching towards us right now. I'll need every thermal detonator in the base. Rex said. With all due respect, sir, it'll take more than a couple of detonators to blow this base up. Heavy said. You guys do what you have to. Rhodey said, priming up his weapons. I'll buy you guys some time. Alone. Echo said in concern. Fives, Heavy. Rex said. Go with Colonel Rhodes. Back him up while we figure out what to do here. Yes, sir. Fives and Heavy said in unison, rushing off to the armory while War Machine left the control room down to the blast door entrance. Standing in front of the doors, Rhodey was joined by Fives and Heavy, the former holding a D-17 rifles while the latter carried around his own minigun. Nodding to both of them, Rhodey heard the intercom of the other side of the door turn on with a nasally voice speaking. Reinforcements reporting. The voice said. Open up. The blast doors open with Heavy revving up his weapon. You didn't say please. Heavy chided. Fives and Heavy opened fire upon the droids while War Machine flew out and above with all his weapons flaring out of his armor. When he first stated that his armor made him a one-man army, he wasn't fooling, as the high-impact and high-velocity rounds of his wrist guns, shoulder-mounted minigun and many other weapons effectively tore through the droid forces. Unbelievable. Heavy hooped out. Leave some for the rest of us, Colonel. Rhodey landed down on the pad, crushing a super battle droid beneath him. Firing both his primary weapons and palm repulsors, War Machine wiped out the reinforcements until marching was heard from the droid ship. The telltale sign of more droids. Five and Heavy had moved out further onto the platform and backing up War Machine. The next wave of droids came being met with lead and lasers. This is too easy. Heavy exclaimed excitedly. He really is a war machine. Even with those slug throwers. Rhodey stood where on the platform, using both manual and automatic fire and absolutely decimating the clankers. Any that got close were punched off the landing pad or ripped into two pieces. He then faced the entrance to the dropship and promptly fired off a dozen or so missiles into the interior of the ship. Explosions rocked the ship with the front of it completely blowing up. Fives and Heavy let out wheezing gasps of awe at the pure destructive power War Machine displayed, utterly decimating the droid ship. That was insane. Fives exclaimed. Where could I get one? Heavy whispered. Hey everyone, the LTSR, what the hell happened out here? Cut Up ran out of the base only to see the droid ship slump forward before falling back into the abyss. Now this is gonna be an awesome story to tell. Rhodey said a bit giddily, turning back to the still stunned clone troopers. Meanwhile, back up with Separatist fleet, General Grievous had received some unfortunate news. What's going on down there? Grievous demanded of the droids. It appears our reinforcements have been destroyed entirely. The droid said. What? Grievous growled. How is that possible? The clones must have used high ordnance explosives. The droid stated. Grievous seethed internally but kept a leveled head. If he sent down hyena bombers, that ran the risk of the base being destroyed or damaged enough wherein the all-clear signal ran the risk of being disabled. Thus, the Republic fleet would come rushing in. Send in another group of battalions. Grievous ordered. We will not allow a few measly clones in notifying the Republic. Roger, Roger. War Machine and the clones were back in the base where a large set of gonk droids were huddled together. On their way into the base, Cut Up quickly explained that they were gonna utilize liquid Tibana to destroy the base. Highly explosive liquid, Colonel. Fives added. We usually use it to heat the base when the weather gets below freezing. If only this damn detonator would work. Rex said as they entered the control room to see the captain fiddling with a device in his hand. What's the problem? Rhodes asked. The detonator won't connect. Rex stated in frustration. Guys. Echo said hurriedly at the window. More droid reinforcements incoming. Thinking fast, Rhodey looked to Rex. This thing is explosive, right? Most of the clones nodded. So aside from a detonator, all it needs is an explosion to penetrate the liquid from within to entirely set it off. More or less. Echo said with a shrug. Without uttering a word, Rhodey held up his wrist and fired several discs that attacked themselves to the closest gonk droid. There, that should be enough. Rhodey said with a satisfied nod. What's that? Heavy asked. Explosives. Rhodey elaborated. Hooked up to my suit. I can set it off once we're clear of the base. Great thinking, Colonel. Echo praised. Let's move then. Rex said, walking over to a ventilation shaft exit. Yeah, not gonna fit through there. War Machine mused. Then how are you gonna get out of here? Cody asked. We've got a lot of dropships coming in to retake the base. Leave that to me. Rhodey said confidently. Get clear of the base, gentlemen. And get ready to see the fireworks. The clones seemed to hesitate for a moment until Rex put his faith in the colonel and ordered the men out of the base. War Machine all the while walked around the base, taking in the many control panels and other worldly tech that was both familiar and new to him. Like the simplicity. Rhodey said, metal fingers gliding over the many panels and buttons. He paused at the sound of metal footsteps marching up the stairs towards the entrance of the base. Casually strolling forth, he stood at the front of the center command panel looking right at the incoming battalion of droids that marched up the stairs. Base is secure. The droids declared, until realizing they weren't alone. Wait, who's that? Is that a new droid? Sure looks like one to me. Have fun, guys. Rhodey said with a casual salute before firing up his thrusters at full blast and rocketing forth right through the lines of B-1 and B-2 battle droids. His armor was a metallic batting ram, slamming and bashing away any and all droids in front of him until flying out from the base and high into the air. Using his scanners, Rhodey picked up on the clone squadron down below back where they all first met and saw that they were safely out of range. Enjoy. War Machine sent out the command. Within the base, the droids that weren't destroyed were trying to make sense as to what just happened. What was that? A B-1 droid asked, clutching its head. That sure didn't act like a droid. Beep beep beep. All heads swiveled to the center of the room, noticing the assembled gonk droids. What's making THA? Boom. Outside the base, War Machine had reconvened with the others and watched as the base went up in a blaze of glory. Always hated that place. Heavy said a bit fondly. Above the Rishi Moon base, Grievous had witnessed the whole thing from that figure that flew out from the base to the entire post blowing up seconds later. What happened? Grievous barked out. Who blew up the base? But isn't it good that the base is destroyed? A droid asked. Grievous only called it one thing. Idiot. Suddenly an entire fleet of Republic fleets appeared before his own, outnumbering his fleet both in terms of numbers and firepower. The Republic fleet. Grievous said in anger. We're outgunned. Get us out of here this instant. Back down on the moon, Echo witnessed the whole Separatist fleet fleeing the sector. We've got the tinnies on the run. Echo said with elation at the victory. All thanks to the 5 of you. Cody praised the 4 clones and Rhodey. Especially you, Colonel Rhodes. Rex said directly to the Avenger. Let's get you back with your comrades. Much appreciated, Captain. Rhodey said earnestly. Look. Cut Up pointed up. Friendlies. Gunships. Rex said in relief. The ragtag group stepped down from the shadows, all waving their arms and guns in the air, getting the large ships to touch down before them and open the doors for them. Come on, boys. Rex gestured for them to get on. Let's get our asses off this rock. Rhodey was then taken up to a large ship filled with more ships that made his Air Force blood stir and head spin. He was in freaking outer space. This was just crazy for the ironclad hero. And apparently, Rex and Cody were aware of the Avengers and had made contact with 3 of his allies. At least, that's what it seemed considering those were the only names they divulged. So Commander Cody, a middle-aged man with a full beard, approached their recently landed gunship with another younger man by his side. I take it the mission ran into complications. Just a standard op, General Kenobi. Cody said. Who blew up the base then? Anakin Skywalker inquired. That would be all of us, sir. Captain Rex said, gesturing to himself, the rookie clone squadron and War Machine. And who is this? Kenobi asked. War Machine's helmet flipped back to reveal his face. You look familiar. Skywalker said, squinting at the Air Force pilot. Sirs. Rex spoke up. This is Colonel James Rhodes, otherwise known as War Machine. Of the Avengers. Kenobi said in realization. Yes, you looked familiar. Your comrades gave us faces in identifying who all of you are. So you know about us then? Rhodey asked, his hopes getting affirmed knowing that his comrades were alright judging by their reaction to him. They gave us a rundown of your situation. Anakin said. And it looks like we're gonna knowing a lot more about all of you guys. Rhodey tilted his head. What's that supposed to mean? In less than a few days now, you Avengers have willingly thrown yourselves into this war and have aided both the Republic people and our soldiers. Obi-Wan said with a grateful tone. Don't what the generals are talking about, Colonel. Heavy spoke up, stepping forward. But because of you, my squad survived a lot more than we should have back on Rishi. Me especially. Cut Up said knowingly. We owe you a lot, Colonel. And we can start by getting you back to Coruscant with the rest of your friends. Anakin stated. It's the least we could do right now after you helped in getting the Republic here in time to fend off Grievous and his fleet. A lot of that went over my head to be honest. Rhodey sheepishly admitted. But all I need to know is that my friends are fine and you guys can help me get to them. Of course. Anakin said with a chuckle, finding Rhodey's honesty funny. Before they departed however, a small quick ceremony was held for Fives, Echo, Heavy and Cut Up as Rex had decided to award them for their act of valor and reassigned them into the 501st Legion. Anakin and Obi-Wan were present and thanked them graciously for their actions, stating he would be honored to fight alongside them at any battlefield. And the young general meant that with every word. As the 2 Jedi departed, one clone couldn't help but voice a matter that had been nagging him all this time. With all due respect, sirs, we don't truly deserve this honor. Echo said earnestly. We failed our mission in protecting the base and lost a lot of our brothers. But you took initiative in your actions and were more than ready to fight. Cody stated. Even with the help of Colonel Rhodes, the 4 of you stood tall in the line of duty and showed me that you are the kind of soldiers that I need to fight beside us. Rex said with pride. Domino Squad, welcome to the 501st. You're not rookies anymore. The squad stood up straighter now with their heads held high and crisp salutes presented to Rex and Cody. Sir, yes sir. Scene cut. So why'd Anakin and Obi-Wan just call us out here? Scott Lang asked his 2 companions as the trio stood at the entrance of the Jedi Temple with Yoda and Windu being present as well. They said something about a surprise for us. Sam said, looking up to the sky watching the many flying vehicles fly on by. Important this be? Yoda said. Did this Force tell you? Steve asked, picking his words carefully. Yoda nodded. Sam, who had been looking up at the skies the entire time, widened his eyes and had his jaw drop upon spotting something flying towards them. Cap. Sam said aloud, gesturing up rapidly. Is that? Steve and Scott both looked up and their reactions were the same to Sam's. War Machine, James Rhodes landed before them in a heroic pose before standing at full height before the armor opened up and outstepped their friend. Man, it is so good to see you guys. Rhodey said with a genuine smile. Sharing quick hand claps and hugs all around, Rhodey glanced behind him to see the LAAT gunship that had been transporting him hover down to them. Out jumped Anakin and Obi-Wan. Way to kill the surprise, Colonel Rhodes. Skywalker said wryly. How'd you guys find him? Steve asked. By accident really. Kenobi admitted. Almost a similar situation to yours really in hindsight. Everyone looked to Rhodey only to see him staring at Mace Windu in bewilderment. An expected reaction to say the least. Rhodey. Sam's voice broke through to the Air Force pilot, the fellow flyer giving him a wry grin. We've got a lot to catch you up on. Check the description for the links to the author.